Yep.
Are we being raided? Oh shit, we're being raided.
Yo, started being raided immediately. Like, all right.
Go to witness nose.
Okay, well, hi.
Oh,
Hello, folks. Welcome
Hello.
to
Hi.
hello.
Is
We
it?
are definitely live.
Sauce. We're wait, there's Mal, Ruby, Rainer. What's up?
Oh my.
All my favorite little gremlins, sorry, goblins, showing up. So I know Raiders, but it's okay. So welcome to the March, well, technically February, Across the Horizon podcast. It's been a long time coming, a month exactly. So glad to see everybody. We haven't had too many streams this month in terms of our Tuesday game, due to personal things that happened. So not seeing not seeing a lot of the normal folks that we see every week. Is nice to see you guys again. So we're getting back into the swing of things. March is looking up, and let's start it off with our podcast, which is episode 10. We're calling this one Dungeons, Discord, and Dining Room Tables. So our main focus this month, we want to really talk about, now that we got, setting up the game and all this other things that we've talked about in the previous podcast, we want to talk about, the actual playing of the game and how it feels, and like what's the pros and cons of doing it online, doing it in person, doing hybrid, and kind of talk to and speak to the personal experiences that we all have playing those games. That being said, I have my lovely hosts, Frax, Core, and Mega this month. If you guys have not checked out the ATH website, we have a cool art piece that Corey, many of our art moms, have put up and drawn. Artsy and her were cooking, and she put the ideas. Corey put it to work, and we have a really cool about page. So feel free to check that out. You'll see everybody on the team. But how's everybody doing today? Other than, of course, hunting monsters.
So what?
Well, I got nothing to say, I guess.
No.
yeah, same. I was actually early work meeting Friday before noon, and a colleague of mine was like, "Hey, you're early in the meeting, Core," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm kind of dropping my pen midday because I got things to do," and he just tilts his head and goes, "What webm are you playing?" And that was that. So yeah, he knew, and he's also playing.
Amazing, awesome.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I kind of, I'm not going to tell the story never mind. I'm not going to tell the story because my boss might be watching or anyone watching any of the VODs. So yeah, I absolutely, totally have nothing to do with Monster Hunter World on Friday, and just started playing it today. So that being said, we're going to go to our first section as we normally do. We kind of go through. We obviously are going to go through kind of like a monthly recap. We're gonna try to bundle the monthly recap, and kind of talk about some of the things we're excited for and what we've done. Kind of shorten up the monthly recap this month because the main topic is kind of meaty, but we might end up going a little longer because there have been quite a few launches this month to be excited for. So that's something that we'll start off with. So that being said, let's start with Core, our here now veteran of some of our survival games and all that being said, in our resident German.
Hello.
So how's your month? What you been up to? What you been playing? And the whole spiel. The floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you. So basically, what I spent my time with till Monster Hunter release is this month's gaming topic. I spent most of my time replaying the first Kingdom Come Deliverance because the second one dropped also this month, I think.
Yes.
or shortly before, and I was really afraid it wouldn't hold up, but oh boy, it did. I put in another 50 hours, nearly a whole second playthrough of the game, and I really fell in love with the Kingdom Come Deliverance world again, because it just wants to be a as accurate as possible for a game, medieval Europe, and it's doing fucking great. It's unique. It's just a really, really, really enjoyable game. I fell in love with the game again. It was like it's like the first and most obvious comparison would be Skyrim, but it's so much more grounded, and it's really a labor of love and a wonderful game. And I'm looking forward to picking up the second one. That's what I spent most of my time with. Then I
Nice.
got another game I was really happy about picking up. Is Breath Edge, which is a survival game, and I love those. And I looked at the game and I was like, okay, this looks like Subnautica in space. I like Subnautica. I'm gonna give this a try. And yes, the comparison is pretty apt. It kind of is like Subnautica in space, but the humor is wild. We had a few of our friends in a voice call, and I screen shared the game when I started it, and the first half hour or so had us in stitches. It has really silly humor, but it's a super solid survival game. It has the same eerie feeling as Subnautica, and it's a wonderful game. I finished it the same weekend. And the second one dropped a demo for the Steam Next Fest that's currently running. So if you're interested, you can pick that up. And the first one had a sale. I can really recommend it if you enjoyed Subnautica. It's a great game. And I'm really excited for the second part now. It has an immortal chicken. It's great.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's like this chicken in the screen back there. I was like, what's going on?
It's an immortal chicken, and the funny humor that had everybody in stitches was basically it's a crashed spaceship, as you can imagine. And the first thing is, yeah, you have a leak that you have to fix, and then your character grabs the chicken and puts it in the leak of a pipe,
Oh my god.
and then your spacesuit AI goes, no, you need something without a hole, and the air just escapes to the chicken.
Oh my
And yeah, that's about how stupid the game is. But it's actually it's a really fun game with some very silly humor, and it's very, very self-aware. It's a really fun play. And yeah, I'm excited for the second part, which if the next Fest is still running, has a demo available.
And you said that has like, does that have multiplayer?
No, but it has NPCs actually.
Oh, okay, okay. So
you
it's
were
like
you were very alone in the first one.
Okay, okay.
I don't think it has multiplayer though, but
Well,
it's very
story
story
driven,
driven.
or-
So
yeah.
it's
Yeah,
very
yeah,
story
that's
driven.
fine.
So
Yeah,
it makes sense to be a very good single player survival game.
You don't
Yeah,
see
so-
that often.
Yeah, no, as I said, Subnautica is the other big one that comes to mind. And yeah,
Subnautica was amazing.
it's
So.
yeah, and this is Subnautica in space, but with a different twist. It's a really fun game. I can highly recommend it. Yeah, and that's how I bided my time till Monster Hunter dropped, and since then I've been basically playing nonstop.
Yeah. I think a lot of us kind of fell into that Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh.
gonna get
Lifestyle.
I'm not gonna get into it too deeply since a lot of people will. First of all, you can make an amazing Koreanas in that game, which I appreciate a lot. It had an eye patch cosmetic day one, and you can choose if right or left eye. And right eye cosmetics are super rare in games, so I appreciate that a ton. And I'm apparently a bowman now, and now the next person can take over.
Bowman
Yes.
missing one eye.
I mean,
And it's the right one. That's actually the reason why most games don't have a right eye patch cosmetic, because most games I play are shooters, and being blind on the right eye while you're holding your rifle in the right hand is kind of not optimal.
Just be
Huh?
built different.
I know, right? The thing is, I'm left-handed for that in real life too, so that's funny.
Nice.
So speaking of Monster Hunter World, another one that was really excited for it and has jumped into it, other than Core, myself, and I know Mega, you've been playing it. Frax, you've played a little bit of it too. By little, I mean a lot.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I just want to say it released yesterday at 6 a.m. We are now approximately 46 hours, 47 hours further. Yeah, 47 hours further, and I'm at 22 hours. So
Hey, same.
but yeah, I was pretty hyped for this because I really liked Monster Hunter Rise before. World, not so much, strangely, but that was mostly because of the controls, because I play mouse and keyboards, and everyone keeps telling me that I shouldn't, but I am a stubborn person. So, um, so yeah, first of all, Wilds has very good mouse and keyboard controls. I can tell you that. But aside from that, the core game is just completely improved. Like it's still Monster Hunter, of course. Like you still have a monster that you need to hunt, but they made all of the weapons more smooth to play, gave them some extra edges, just made it all in all more pleasant to play pretty much every weapon. And then there's the new gimmick, so to say, because every game has their clutch claw, their wire bugs. In this case, it's focus mode, so you can actually aim your melee weapons, open wounds, destroy wounds for bonuses, get some extra support out of that. It's really cool, and it seems like we're now slowly closing in on high rank monsters. So like the second half of the game seems like they're gonna be doing some more interesting stuff with those wounds, like them growing. Actually, I'm not gonna say that. You figure it out yourself. Uh, so yeah, it's been grand. It's got a few. Like it's very heavy on the computer. That's a bit of a shame, but and the multiplayer is sometimes a little hard to handle, but we get through it. Like, and it's fun when we do.
It kind of like Core mentioned it the other day. How you said it was similar to it had a similar problem to Wilds when it comes not Wilds to World when it came to multiplayer,
Yeah.
where it's like the story, like you will sit here and you will watch the story alone.
Yeah.
Thankfully, and I think we can all agree, the story is actually pretty interesting. It's actually entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the first time they actually put so much effort into the story. The first time that your character also actually participates in dialogue, aside from just making grunts.
Mhm.
Like you have multiple options in conversations, which usually just adds extra lore. It's not like you really make decisions, but the fact you can ask for explanations about certain things and like interact with the NPCs. Like even outside story sequences, I can walk up to the smith and be like, "Hey, how's it hanging? Like, what do you think about what's been going on?" So it's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Palico also participates in dialogue. I recommend turning feline language on, so it just meows. Because
I don't
otherwise, it
know.
speaks full English.
I have my Palico with like the deepest voice. And so my character's like, "What's that?" And she's like, "I'll help out." And I was like, "Yes."
Listen, if they wanted to sell the Palico talking English to me, they should have given it the most outrageously British butler accents. Like go full Batman's butler on that, Alfred. That would have been funny. Like, oh, what monster is that? That's a Noki Kento, good sir. No, it's not in the game. Like,
I don't know. That might be something that they do because they always add in extra voices and stuff. So
that would be hilarious. And I would turn it on.
yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. That or give us like where we could pick like different languages because some voice actors in some languages just are just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Like I know, like if you get like the Japanese voice actors, they're super passionate. They're really good about voice acting there. And they're super exaggerate, like they're super into their roles. And then you could get like, I'm sorry, Core, but you get the German voice actor, and for everyone except for Core and maybe you, Frack, it sounds super epic and like, whoa, what the fuck's happening? Wow, everything is really like intense, but they probably sound really bad to you guys. So
yeah, sadly, German voice acting in video games sounds often very phoned in. As in, this was a paycheck for the voice actor, and it's really sad.
I gotta say though, the English voice acting in this one is way better than the previous games as well.
Oh yeah,
the voice acting was never really bad, but it was often kind of exaggerated, in my opinion, like a little bombastic in the way they spoke, probably because of translation. I don't know for sure, but like
Uh-huh.
I feel in this one they talk way more like actual humans. Like you actually have a conversation that, aside from the fancy elements, sounds like you could have it in real life.
Hey,
I appreciate that a lot.
hey, we appreciate the gift that's up there.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
thank you.
thanks. So,
I have
you know,
to circle back for a short moment because the only thing I actually play with German voices is Kingdom Come Deliverance because it has a really good German dub.
I mean, it's set in
yeah, you were
Germany.
mentioning it. I mean, it was
It's set in Bohemia technically,
Bohemia.
but yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of not entirely medieval. It's complicated Germany.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
So yes, amazing. Speaking of like historical in Germany and
Yeah.
other countries and all that, we have another game that I know you and I have had. I mean, I think we were both up at midnight to play it, or my midnight, your
Yeah,
whatever
for me
time.
it was 6
a.m.
a.m. again.
Yeah, we were both up, and I messaged. I think we were messaging each other as we were figuring out what was happening and playing it together.
Yes.
Which is Civ 7.
Yeah, I wouldn't go too far into it because I've actually written an article with my thoughts on our lovely websites. So the full thing is there. But in short, I do really appreciate what Civilization 7 does, despite a few rough edges in the UI and in the game options. But generally, same as Monster Hunter, honestly, the core gameplay is the best in the series. And I've actually played a lot of Civilization, like starting from 4, 5, 6. I've got combined 1,600 hours in it, I think, over the versions, which I know for some people is rookie numbers. But I feel like the changes they've made are they're big changes, but they've been made carefully, they've been polished pretty well, and the gameplay really benefits from them. The polish kind of lacks in the things that they didn't change, stuff like map options or general quality of life. They kind of neglected in favor of the shiny new stuff. So nothing unfixable, and the devs have been very open about the progress they're making. Like they shared a roadmap of the coming 2 months, which details 3 updates that all involve fixes and community requests. So they're really playing close. They're really making sure that this is the Civilization game that it's supposed to be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've had fun with it.
Yes.
It's actually one of the few times where I actually finished an entire playthrough. In fact, I had finished 2 entire playthroughs back to back. And that was like, the age system. I was iffy at first, but I actually kind of like, it's like, I see it. It makes it so, oh, this age is about to end. Okay, we're gonna start fresh, or okay, now I got to start prepping and whatever. I don't like how abrupt it is, but other than that, I think it's fantastic. And I was talking to Frax about how the age system can do a lot of interesting things. I'm actually going to go into real quickly here because I did a personal little project for myself after playing Civ 7. But there are some ideas from other games that I think could be cool in the future, or even with modders. But yeah, I appreciate it. I still love 4 because that was like just the awe and the way just that was like the first Civ game that I really got into. But yeah, I can see that the gameplay of this one is really smooth. So yeah, it's really cool. So I mean, so that being said, what I decided to do, and I'm interjecting unless you have anything else, Frax. Sorry, I just kind of jumped in
You
here.
can go. They took over really well.
What I ended up doing is, you know what? I'm gonna just start playing all the Civ-like 4X games that I've neglected. So I took this entire month to kind of go through some of my older games. So I've actually putting some footage of some of the games that I've played. here. So the first one I jumped into obviously was the one that a lot of people have been memeing 7 with because of the age system and the fact that you're not picking a civilization. I went back and I played Humankind. So Humankind is a game from Amplitude Studios. Amplitude is the developers behind the Endless series, so Endless Space, Endless Legend, Endless Dungeon. And it was an interesting game. At first, when I first played it, when it first launched, I enjoyed it. I had a little bit of difficulty like finishing games because it's going to be on my screen. But I had a little bit of difficulty finishing the game because I was not understanding the mechanics because there was a lot of like changes. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to change. But anyway, I really enjoy the age system in it, and they've made some really big updates. One of the biggest things, and again, to go back on my point why I had difficulty finishing it, the war system, I didn't like it, and I think Civ does a really good. Civ 7 did a really good job of how wars are with like war score and the hatred and all that. For that one, it took me a little bit to kind of get into it. And now they've changed it so the war weariness isn't as punishing. So you can you're not like forced. Because one of the biggest things that I disliked, and the video should be finally playing now that I finally figured out what I'm doing. The thing I disliked is it like forced the war to end once you had like an HP bar, which was like your war weariness, and then once you hit 0, like you just like force surrendered because your people just got sick of fighting, which kind of sucked in my opinion because it was like, oh, okay, like now I'm out. I can't do anything. So now they kind of change it where, when they get the war weariness, you take penalties, but you can still fight and still pull a win. That also helps of course, the AI, because sometimes the AI would just not pay attention to war weariness and you could just cheese it and just easily win because they just like run out.
I've seen that in Civilization before.
Yeah, and it has an interesting start because you start off like in like hunter gathering, and you're like going around and like you don't have an actual city. You're just hunting and exploring the map, and then it goes from that into the different ages. Then you pick your countries. One of the things that it does that I kind of want to see if Civ could do, and I'm not sure if they could because of how it's set up, but one of the things they do is like, for example, you pick Rome in one age, and then the next age where you go to like the medieval, you can choose to keep Rome for at least one more age, and they get like bonuses. So they don't get any of the new units or whatever. They get a bunch of bonuses because you basically transcend the race. So you have transcendent Rome. So you get a bunch of really cool bonuses, but you can keep playing the same Civ. That'd be kind of interesting to see what they could do with that. But at the same time, I know each of the Civs for each of the distinct ages in Civ and Civilization 7 are really different. So I played that. Oh, what?
I think it's kind of a different design idea they have. Like Civilization went, if you want to play Rome, no, actually, there's a better example. If you want to play China in the ancient era, you choose the Han Chinese. If you want to keep playing China, you choose Ming China because China changed. It's still China, but different dynasty, different culture. That this thing. That's kind of what they were going for. So, like, say if you're playing Rome in the ancient era, if you want to play Rome in the medieval era, you go with the Normans or Spain, like the successors.
Yeah.
It's similar but not. It's a different idea. I like both, honestly.
Yeah,
I hope they have Byzantines so that I can say that I'm playing Rome in the medieval era because they were.
And that leads me into the next one, which just to kind of move things along, and the idea that I think Civ I want to see Civ do. So there's another game I jumped into after that, which was Millennium, which is kind of like another game similar to the Civ series. And that game itself just it suffers from really bad UI and graphics, like for the units and stuff. It's kind of hard to read, but the mechanics behind it, I think this potentially could be one of the best of the game of the 4X games that have come out that have gone into Civ style. So they did the age thing, but rather than like just the standard ages, there's like different ages that can happen. So you start off with like the caveman age and just doing prehistoric. Then you can go into like the classical bronze age, and then the next age, it depends on what happens. If one of the nations researches enough, they essentially unlock the next one was like the Iron Age or whatever, like the traditional following the path. So there's always the research enough technology move to the next age. But there are other ages, like for example, if you get too many plagues or something during like the early medieval time, you can go into the Age of Plague, and all of a sudden the game mechanic changes and shifts, and that becomes like a part of the actual map. One of the things that happened for me was I kept exploring and I kept finding places of interest, and I unlocked Age of Heroes. Then the game turned into like, instead of just like the units and the nations, you had hero units that did quests, and it was like an RPG, and it was like you're going off doing quests when then the other nations have their own heroes. So it was like really interesting. Like if you like shoot enough nuclear missiles, you can go like the Wasteland Age, and turn it into like Mad Max. And the map is like a wasteland, and all the technology and everything is shifted to play like that. And I thought it was really cool. I love that idea. And I love to see how they expand on it. So that was my experience with that. And I think Civ 7 could easily just add like different ages. It'd be kind of cool.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're not full games. We gotta hydrate.
Oh no. Took long this time, honestly.
Okay, we give her a little time.
I'm out of water.
How do you just go outside?
Oh yeah.
What? No, it's snowing. I can't go outside.
Snow is technically just water.
Yeah, eating water counts.
So I'm gonna drop that and go here. So the next one, and I'm just gonna be kind of quick, is Ara. This one is kind of interesting for you guys because you can play as Belgium. You play as Leopold I. This one, I'm going to keep it brief. I tried it. I thought it was interesting, but it feels more like a micromanaging city colonizing. Like it doesn't feel like the warfare, and some of the X's are missing. Like the fighting isn't really that there's not much
like Anno or something.
Yeah, it's more about setting up supply chains and like, okay, I have grain, now I can get like wheat, or I have wheat, now I can make like rice, and then I have extra food, and then I can do that and turn it into like a resource that can be used in the dwelling so that the people grow fast, so the growth rate goes up higher. And now that I have enough people, I can have them work in a workshop to make plows so that the farms now have faster, and it's just like, and there's so many resources. It's like the dwelling itself has like 8 or 9 different slots, and there's really no way to like automate it. You have to like go in there individually and kind of like, okay, I'm gonna add chairs to my dwelling so now that they have better comfort levels, so you have to really go into it. So for people that like that, cool. For those who are like, I just want to play and just do one more turn, every turn in this game kind of feels like a chore for me. So it's really difficult. I'm giving it a chance because I think it could be really cool. I think if there was more automation to it, or a little bit of a better UI of saying, hey, this is what needs to be done, because you have to click this list and it shows every single building. And then you have to click each one individually to see if they're working. if they have the tools that they need and all that. And then each resource you make has like multiple resources that you can pump into it to make that resource come out faster. And then it's a lot. But for people who like it,
almost Dwarf Fortress levels of like micromanaging.
Yeah, it's intense. For people that like it, I think it's fantastic. For someone who's just kind of wanting to just jump in there and kind of see even a more of a broader thing, that's kind of where it's like, that's a little bit too much for me. They do have really cool heroes though, like or leaders. They got like Joan of Arc. They have like Sappho. They have like Alexander the Great.
Really cool. There's
So
something
they have
Civ 7 actually did steal, and I'm excited to see what else, who else they're gonna put in.
Yeah, like Civ 7 has Harriet Tubman, so does Era. So that's pretty cool. So yeah.
And then adding Ada Lovelace for Great Britain.
Oh, nice. So yeah, that's fantastic. So and that's I think one of the things that Humankind doesn't have. Humankind, you just make your own character, so there's less. But they started adding like AI personas like Napoleon and whatever. So now it's starting to get a little bit better in terms of that. But yeah, that the connection to the race, or not the race, but the nation with the leader, that's always been a thing for Civ. And it's like really nice to kind of see games kind of doing that. So all right. So now that we've done, that was my experience with all that. I don't have a favorite. I think they all have their own place, and that's the beauty of gaming. Is like there's something for everybody. So I really think that Civ has the potential to be one of the better ones because it's new and it has a bigger, development studio backing it compared to some of these who are already like kind of set in stone and moved on to new projects. So
still, I feel like you can sense in Civilization 7 that they looked at a lot of their competitors and took into account what people liked about those and what good ideas they had to incorporate it into Civilization.
Mhm.
So I think it's definitely a good thing that there's more studios challenging Civilization. Because, like, for Civilization 6, for example, I felt like there wasn't really an alternative, and they didn't change quite as much as they could have, I feel.
Yeah.
A lot of this is in hindsight, of course, but
Yeah,
I feel
of
like when
course.
I compare the change from 5 to 6 to the one from 6 to 7, now 6 to 7 was way more ambitious, which also has the downsides more, because you're taking a risk. But I feel like that's a good thing in the end.
Yeah. So, I have a write up about my experience. I'm going to be posting up after the podcast at some point. So if people are interested, on the same lovely website that Frax has written his write up on Civ, I'll have something talking about some of the different gameplay designs, and I'll probably toss in some of my experience with some of the other 4Xs. So, I'm also going to probably do a write up for in that it's going to be comparing like the different, because I'm talking about like the joke of the Souls-like or the Civ-like or the Diablo-like. That's the kind of write-up that I've been working on, is the games that follow like a similar concept. So, for example, Avowed. That's going to be a game that we're talking about because I know people compare Avowed to like Skyrim.
Yeah, that's the Skyrim-like.
Or
I
Oblivion.
can't say that without laughing. I can't take that serious.
That. So, for the sake of saving time, I'm going to keep that more on the website. Because I did want to kind of give a quick shout out for something that I'm excited for. I think some of us here are excited for. And it kind of came out of nowhere. I knew it was a thing. I just didn't know it was this cool. And they had actual people just play it, and they've confirmed, yes, it's this cool. And it's Jump Ship. So some of you guys have watched us play Void Crew on stream, where we, me, Frax, Core, Morgan were, just flying a ship around, kind of doing missions and whatnot. This is that, but added where now there's like an FPS to it. Like you could actually, there's a shooter. You could actually board enemy stations and have shootouts with enemy robots and enemies. Because Void Crew doesn't have, like, you can get out and do things, and Corey, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you had the ability to defend yourself when you were out there scavenging.
Apart from flailing your arms and screaming, no.
Yeah,
It was
so
fun to watch from the cockpit there.
That's
I
how I
would see
defend
like
myself.
I know.
I would see like, oh, it's like, oh, Cora's under attack, and I'm like, oh wait, by who? And then it's just, oh, Cora's dead. I'm like, what? Just because a fighter came by and shot him. So it's kind of like there was not much to do. And this one, it's the same concept in terms of on the ship, but when you get off the ship, you actually have weapons, and you go in and you instead of salvaging like just things for the ships, which you still do, you will salvage better weapons and better shields and engines and whatever. You will also like, hey, oh, there's a blue SMG that has like fire bullets and whatever. And
Oh, so it still has the roguelite element as well.
yes, there's still the roguelike because the way it works, so it has kind of like a galactic map, like Helldivers, and then you pick a mission, and the mission has like, a big overall like objective of like, I don't know, destroy a battleship or salvage this or rescue whatever. It has like an end goal, an end mission, and that's always going to be like the final mission, the climax. Then you warp to the sector, and then there is that little like grid of pathways to get to the final mission, and each one of those are a mission within themselves. So like one might be like, okay, there's a jammer that's stopping you from jumping, so you have to actually board the the station and sabotage the jammer so that you can jump. All the while, enemy ships might be jumping in, or there might be enemies defending it in the station. So it's like, okay, you can fight the ships, but you actually have to get out of your ship and like get in there and shoot it out with the enemies. Some of the ones that people said that were favorite were like the investigation ones, which could be like a little bit of everything. Like, hey, go to this. You go onto a planet, and so because there's planet side as well. And then there's like 4 or 5 facilities on the map, almost like a Helldivers mission. And there's like different objectives in each one of those that leads to finishing up the map. And it's like each one of them is super intricate for what it is in terms of how early it is in development. It's like these were all fun. People are like, yeah, it was great. Because it's like you land a ship and you're in a shootout, and then all of a sudden enemy ships pop out, so you jump in the ship, and now you're fighting on the planet. And then you're doing all this different these different things, and it's really cool. So I'm really looking forward to it because I had a blast with Void Crew, and adding the first person shooting element to it. It's like Void Crew and like, I don't know, like Deep Rock Galactic and all those games like put together, because apparently the shooting in this is really good. Everyone said, yeah, it feels really good. The guns feel great. The enemies have good feedback.
I mean, it's a video at the moment, someone flying through space with a jetpack back to the ship. So that looks good.
Yeah. You could like, there was one where the dude just he like latches onto the ship because there's really great movement because there's like the grappling hook and the jetpack. Grapples to an enemy ship, goes in, sabotages the generators, and then as it's self-destructing, jetpacks out and gets picked up by the friendly ship. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's like really, you can have really badass moments. And sometimes that's optimal because they're like, there's 2 ships you're fighting. So you send your guy who's really good at going into sabotaging one ship while the others are fighting off the second ship, and you're taking out 2 ships at once and whatever. So it's pretty cool. So I just wanted to give that one a shout out because I thought that's fantastic. And if it's as good as people are saying when it comes out, I think that might be something that we might all look into playing, because I think I'm interested, and I think the rest of you guys seemed interested in it. So
yeah, it does look interesting.
I'm
You'll need a new pilot though, because I'm definitely grabbing a gun and going out there
to the beta.
So yeah, check it out. Give these guys. I mean, it's another indie game. So a lot of cool co-op games coming out. So we definitely want to give shout out to some of these smaller companies that are trying to do something creative and new. So awesome. That's my set piece. I know it took a lot. So That's pretty much been my month. That, and of course, like I said, Monster Hunter, I played a little bit. So I enjoy it. That's my thoughts.
I hunted monster. It was good.
Speaking of hunting monsters, Mega, how's your month
I
been?
I did do some hunting of monsters, not just with wilds, but also I played some Rise.
True, I was there.
Partially in anticipation for wilds, but also just because Rise is itself a very fun game. It's a it's a lot more fast paced than the mainline games, and apparently I just learned that like Rise was meant as like a spin-off sort of,
Yeah, it's a
which
Switch game.
it doesn't feel like that. It feels like it was meant to be a mainline Monster Hunter game.
It's
little-
complicated. I feel like you notice it in the graphics and in the performance of the game. You notice it's optimized for a handheld console, but it
I-
never really bothered me.
Weirdly enough, I think it benefits from that because it kind of like it sort of simplifies things instead of not
Yeah,
that I don't like the like insane detail that Wilds and World do, but like it does kind of like make it more game-like, and it just kind of like cuts to the action, and that's
yeah, true.
a lot of people like that. A lot of people got used to that, and I think that's a big part of why people were so annoyed with the way Wilds did it.
Might be actually. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people. World was still being played a lot, and World is more similar to Wilds in that regard. So I think people were just kind of waiting to see like what's the next one going to do? Is it going to do the Rise system or the World system? You're
Yeah.
always going to disappoint half.
I don't know.
You're
Would
never
anyone
gonna
really be disappointed?
Yeah, no, I would have preferred if it did multiplayer like Rise, but like it's one of those cases where like there's one thing that's like pretty bad, but in an otherwise amazing release. So well, that and the performance is still kind of rough for some people because it's a heavy game. Graphically, incredibly well done though, but you need a beefy computer.
Yep. Something else I've been playing this month, and this is something I've more been doing solo, ironically enough, is I've been playing a bit of Black Desert. Very interesting combat system. It feels very like DMC-esque. It is an MMO though, and it has like a lot of the like extra mechanics and stuff that you would expect out of MMOs, like housing and crafting, and there's so much to it that if you actually do get involved in it, it kind of sucks you in. I feel like that's part of the intent. But honestly, I've mainly been playing it for the combat, which, as you can clearly see up here, it's just a spectacle to watch and to play even.
Yeah, I think I brought it up to you guys because I was like, oh yeah, that's
Yeah, this is your doing because you were showing us character class skills videos because we didn't have session this 1 week, and you were like, "Hey, we should take a look at this game."
Yeah.
Then I went and downloaded it, and I got hooked again.
it's good. I still have it. I just gotta find time to play it with people. But there's all so many other things that are coming out. But yeah, big differentiate or big difference is yes, it's a MMO, but it's a Korean MMO. So that's saying a bit more.
Yeah, and it is like in many ways like a stereotypical Korean MMO in the bad ways as well as the good ways.
I mean,
But, like,
I'm not saying that all Korean MMOs are bad. It's just that there's specific things that the Korean MMO scene enjoys.
Like,
One
I
of
will
which is
say-
being grind.
This game sold itself on, I think at least it originally sold itself on like the intricacies of its character creator, and it is, and to an extent, but it's in the way that a lot of like Eastern RPGs have their character creators, like a lot of the focus is just on like the shape of the face and like whatever like makeup and tattoos and the like. It doesn't really. I mean, it does. To its credit, BDO does let you like alter your character's body type, but it's still kind of limited.
Yeah. I think it has to do with the fact that at the end of the game, it is a PvP game. So having like the warriors, the big berserker dudes have that same body type, so you can differentiate that's a berserker coming at you is like one of the goals.
You know, I didn't think about it like that, but that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so it's it's a thing.
I could,
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say I could go on about it. Like I recently got up to the levels where they quote unquote force PvP, just in the sense that you can be attacked by other players. But like I've said to Rain and I've said to a couple other people who have been interested in playing, like it's not likely to happen to you because there's no like people don't get anything out of killing you except like a ton of negative karma, which is very, very bad for a lot of different aspects of the game for someone who decides to do that. So like people are heavily penalized for killing you.
Mm.
I think I was attacked once when I was trying to loot a world boss and I wasn't even killed for it. I was just beat up a bit and I was like, okay.
Yeah. It's definitely if you can get around the fact that it is a little bit grindy and whatever. It is fun. It's fun for a little bit. If you really want to get invested in it too, it is pretty good. It's borderline pay to win, sort of, because you can pay for like extra XP. You don't really pay for power, but you're paying for convenience and a bunch of other things. So
honestly, they give you so much of that stuff for free. Like I don't like. My inventory is still like half full of like XP bonuses and all that. Something else I was gonna say. What was it? Yeah, no, the grinding aspect is actually, I think it works in its favor kind of, because at least for the combat, because I've gotten to areas of the game where it will just like flat out give you like an assignment for an area like kill 500 enemies or something, and you just get to go crazy with your abilities and just beat up dozens and dozens of enemies. And it's very satisfying. It feels good. It feels like Dynasty Warriors.
It's with Dynasty Warriors had an MMO. Speaking of, Dynasty Warriors did come out with Dynasty Warriors Origins, and apparently it's like Souls-like. Sorry, I had to do it, but yeah, it had pretty good reception. They changed it to be more like resource management and focus, and less just straight up hack and slashing. It's still hack and slashy, but I got good reviews. So,
Ooh, I might want to try that.
Figure it out. One quick shout out, like honorable mention. There is a game called Fellowship, which people are telling me like, hey, it's like World of Warcraft, except you don't level up and you're just doing the Mythic Plus dungeons and you pick a character and you play. That is on the Steam Next Fest. Might be something that I want to look into because I haven't really done much endgame WoW because I only played like Classic back when Classic was not Classic. So I don't really know how the end game of WoW feels, but someone's like, yeah, they just made a game where it's like they cut the chaff and you can just go straight into like the end game dungeons with the characters. Yeah, you can switch to mine. I just have it up and running right now. So, and they put a lot of the quality of life of like a lot of the threat meters and all the things that people get add-ons for. It's just added in there for the game, so it's built around it. And basically get like a set time to do dungeons. You get like you have to kill a certain amount of enemies, and there's like a boss or a couple bosses. Most dungeons last like an hour to 45 minutes, but there's also shorter ones that are like 10 to 15 minutes. So
I can actually comment on this because I played a lot when Mythic Plus was around with World of Warcraft. I liked the actual content. Like I liked the challenge of doing like dungeons and even having it timed and everything. The only thing that turned me off of it over time was just how the community, like how toxic the community got. It really drained all of the fun out of it for me. So this actually looks like it could
Yeah.
be my kind of thing if it turns out that the people here can be hopefully more decent than WoW, which isn't a high bar.
Yeah, I mean,
Was it really
Okay.
Toxic Paladin on your team?
No.
That was me.
the only thing is that this is surprisingly a hero game, a hero shooter or hero game. You don't actually make a character; you pick a hero, and they have like their set trees. So you're basically you're picking like this character with looks like they're a mage or something, or there's like a tank character that's sword and board. This is big, the beefy armored woman with like a sword and board. So
It's a legal energy in it.
yeah, so at the moment they have I think it's two DPS, or no, I think they might have 4 DPS. I don't know. But they have 2 tanks and 2 healers and then a couple of DPS.
Huh.
Um,
Not interesting, but it's an interesting combination.
yeah, so and so the way the party works is well, that's the characters they have launched. But the parties are obviously 1 healer, 1 tank, and 2 DPS. And I think they're gonna just the standard Holy Trinity. It's 4-player parties, but they might be bigger ones or raids or something. I don't know. But again, it's kind of the concept is, hey, did you like the really cool end game content that we want to rush you to in World of Warcraft, but you don't want to spend the time grinding and doing all this? Well, here, boom. You can just jump right into it immediately and start doing like those content.
I'm sorry someone didn't think of this sooner, honestly.
I don't know. I'm interested to see how it goes. I thought it was an honorable mention because somebody DM'd me just now, and I was like, "Hey, did you get a chance to try that?" I did not get a chance to try it, but I saw videos on it. So it's an interesting concept, and I know some of us here. I know Frax, you've played World of Warcraft, and Mega, you said you've played it. And there's some of us who've played Final Fantasy 14. So and those games are an investment. Not only are you paying per month, but you're spending a lot of time. You have to level, you have to get your gear and all that. So this is something interesting to see how it goes. If that gameplay loop will keep it running or whatever. So
thinking on it, like MMOs really have gotten to the point where like there's like 2 stages to playing an MMO. One is the grinding stage where you like build up your character to the point where you can do the main content. And then the main content of it is like almost formulated to be like the like drop in, drop out, not drop in, drop out. The games like Deep Rock and Helldivers and all of that, just like mission.
Yeah, like hub mission.
Yeah, hub mission, because like they kind of pared it down at the end of the day, like at the end game, it's all pared down to like a lot of stuff is just expedited. Like you have portals to dungeons for Mythic Plus, and all of that. So it does kind of feel like those games with extra steps sometimes. It's nice to see that this is just that part of it.
Yeah, a lot of it has to. Oh, go ahead.
I kind of hope that Blizzard sees this game, sees what it does well and why it's popular, and implements that back into its own game modes. Because Mythic Plus at the moment kind of has its issues. They're trying to fix it, but I don't think it's going all that well. So hopefully this game gives them the inspiration, the boost they need to actually make Mythic Plus good again.
Yeah, I think everything about this, other than the fact that it's hero based, I enjoy. I would have liked to just made a character with a class and it just would have just gone, but we'll see. Maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe that's something that they want to go into. Maybe there's a lot of different mechanics or whatnot. So
from what I'm seeing in the video, that's pretty much Warcraft combats.
What?
almost exactly. And it's not a criticism, mind. I love Warcraft combat. It's very good combat.
I'm a big fan of the old school tab target games, especially when they're done well and they're very impactful. And you feel like, because that's the biggest thing. Like action games can get away with being a little floaty because they're flashy. Tab target, if they're floaty and they don't feel good, you have nothing. That's why a lot of tab target games failed, and why games like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14 are still as good as they are in terms of popularity. Not as much as before, but still. But yeah, and like all the packed up mechanics and stuff. So yeah, I just figured I'd bring it up. It's pretty interesting. It's a really interesting kind of like dissection of what makes a game good, because that also applies to, honestly, tabletops. Because there's a lot of tabletops that like, oh, there's tons of mechanics and whatever, and then there's some tabletops that are very simplified and whatnot. We actually had the pleasure of playing that, and we'll go into that in our next section about, we got to play Fist, which was really interesting.
Ooh, I was hoping we
yeah.
could talk about that.
Yeah, and we'll talk to that in our next section. So, but that being said, does anyone else have any final things for what they are done the month excited? Any final things you want to bring up? Any pleas for help from escaping my dungeon where you're forced laboring to work for me right now?
Help.
There's one exciting thing, but it fits very much in with our main topic, and it dropped, I think, yesterday, which is insane, but we'll get to there.
Was
I
it
got
the
one.
We'll get to it. Oh, go ahead, Frex.
Age of Mythology, Immortal Pillars next week.
Yeah.
Their first expansion. But I'll be streaming that, so you'll see it here the day after, Wednesday.
Yeah, in case you don't know, Frex does stream on Wednesdays. Currently, he's streaming Age of Empires 2 because he finished Age of Mythology, which was a lot of fun to watch. And Age of Empires 2 has so many campaigns that he could probably do that for the next 2 years. Maybe longer.
Easily. Probably longer.
But yeah. So definitely check him out when he tries that. If you're a big fan of RTSs, or just hearing him ramble on about nostalgia, which is strange coming from the youngest member of our team, probably. I don't know, maybe one of the younger ones.
I mean, yeah, it kind of is.
So yeah. So, but definitely, history nerd.
Yeah, I am.
So,
no apologizing for that. I am a history nerd.
If that's it for now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a quick break, do some art as we normally do. And then we're gonna probably jump into our main topic and kind of go into it, because it's a really big one, and I think it's one that we all have personal experience with, and it'd be really cool. And once we kind of finish that up, we might talk about some things that you can do when party members aren't there. Some of the tools we use to help organize some of the little systems. We'll see what we can get into. So just sit tight. And we'll see you guys in another 10 minutes or so. So let's get the break. And we're back.
No prize.
Hi, hello.
Hey, hi everybody. Yeah, we just had some fantastic art there from the last month. Art from our regulars, from Falco, Corey, and Darcy. So they were definitely cooking last month. So show them some love. Check out their socials. You know, swing by, say hello if they stream. For example, Corey, and all that good stuff. Now that being said, we're going to get into our main topic. This one's a beefy one, and it's the title of our entire podcast: Dungeon, Discord, and Dining Room Tables. So basically, you know, Dungeons and Dragons, Discord, which is it represents, of course, the online aspect, the fact that I get to run a game with people from Europe, you know, get to play from people all over the world, or you know, and of course dining room tables, which you know that's the old school, like you know, someone come to the house and check out, you know, who's playing and come with their friends and you know bring chips and beer and whatever and start rolling dice at the table. So it represents kind of all the aspects here. That being said, I wanted to dive into the topic from the perspective of some of the main systems that we play. So that's going to be, you know, Dungeons and Dragons 5e, obviously. I think we've all here played that. Pathfinder 2nd Edition, we all here also have played that. And most of us, or at least half of us here, I have played Lancer, and that's one that you guys currently play. Although I've taken a little bit of a break from it, but I did DM it for a while, and Frax is currently a player. So just wanted to kind of come at it from there, and then we'll go into more in details, just overall, like the differences, the pros and cons of playing in person, playing online, you know, different systems, what benefits and what works. So with that being said, what I do want to start off with myself is the fact that I obviously run as a librarian. You know, I work at a library, so that's usually where you find librarians, typically. And I run D&D at the library. I run it in person with friends. I've been doing that with the library since end of 2019. So I've been doing that for 5-6 years now, almost. So I do it in person. I also been DMing in person with the same friend group. We've done it in person at our friends or each other's houses. If you find a librarian in the wild, Artsy, you just ask them for a book, and then they'll lead you to the closest library, and then you'll be able to find Civilization. So if you're ever lost in the wild and you see a librarian, ask them for a book, and they will lead you back to Civilization. So, but yeah, that being said, I've played a lot of that in person. And another thing is I've also had the opportunity to play online. I started to play a lot of it online when I joined Corey's server, because most of what I've done was in person. I ended up doing 5e, that branched out to Pathfinder, and I've run a lot since then, and I've also gotten a chance to play as well. So most of my current gameplay is a mixture of both. In fact, the in-person Saturday session is kind of hybrid. I do use Foundry. And if you want to put my video, I just have like a video of someone talking about like Foundry and showing some of the like the new Foundry settings. I don't know. I just found a random video of some dude. So no clue what he's talking about. But he's talking about Foundry version 13, which is the newest version that's coming out eventually pretty soon. But I do a hybrid, so I do a lot of like the maps and the things and the visuals on like Foundry, and I have it projected to a TV so everyone can see it. And then people are getting up and they're pointing, I want to go there, I want to do this or whatever, or logged into Foundry on their laptops and moving when they need to. But for the most part, we are like in person, walking around, talking to each other. So it's really cool, like a little bit of a hybrid. So I've enjoyed doing that. So that's kind of my experience with the difference or playing in person and online. I would like to go around each one of you, kind of see where you guys have normally played, and then we'll circle around to me, and I'll kind of talk over some pros and cons, and we'll open up that discussion or like a round table for us where we can talk about it, and then as we go over some of the topics and kind of go through our little program here. So I will start with the closest to me here on our screen, Frax. Tell me about your experiences. Have you played in person, online? Obviously, like what have you played more of?
My first time I played D&D, like actual D&D as my first TTRPG, was in person, was a one-shot with friends. But aside from that and a brief campaign, last year it was almost all online. So my in-person experience is limited to, let's say, about 8 sessions total, I believe. No, wait, that was a one-shot that we did in 2 parts, 10 sessions. And I think before a lot of the experience was what I talked about was like the kind of evolved role playing from MMOs that I did with a bunch of friends online, where we basically made our own little TTRPG system, which came down to we roll a d20 for everything, with some custom abilities and modifiers that we made up, but like nothing official. But that did bring me to D&D, and then D&D brought me to Pathfinder and Lancer and all the servers I'm in nowadays.
Yeah, quite a few.
Yes. But yeah, very little. Not as much in person groups around here, or that I know of anyway.
But definitely, if I ever get to Europe, we definitely have to do like a one shot in person
Oh yeah,
of a system just
that'd be
for
awesome.
fun. That'd be great.
Ooh.
Definitely.
Speaking of in person, I know for a fact, Court, you've mentioned that you have a in person game that's been going on for a long time. So
Yeah.
care to share?
I have. Let me count the ways that Core is playing TTRPGs. I have a in-person group that's been playing for 6 or 7 years by now. We started in the Dark Eye 5th, then we switched to D&D 5th edition because it's just simpler and actually more relaxed to play on a table, but we'll get into that.
Mhm.
And the same group has somebody else DM a game of Shadowrun, where we ended the first campaign, I think, a year ago. And only 3 out of 7 characters died, so we did good for Shadowrun.
Nice.
And yeah, we're in the second campaign there, and hopefully a third person is gonna pick up DMing the Savage Worlds variant of Deadlands soon. That's the
Ooh.
in-person games. I play with a weird bunch of nerds, Pathfinder on Tuesdays usually,
Yeah.
which is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I was playing a hybrid game with a former colleague of mine because we talked a lot about D&D and TTRPGs, and he misses playing it from his high school days. And he has 2 daughters that were interested, so I was like, "Yeah, hey, I'm gonna DM a one shot for you guys," and we did it in person, and it was super fun because he has a 3D printer, and we printed them minis, and they were super excited.
Ooh.
And it was really fun. But the thing is, they currently live, because he's American and he met his wife after his military service here, and they now live the summer months here in Germany, and in the winter they move to the States, where his parents live, I think. So we have to do hybrid, and we did a few one-shots, and I liked it so much that I said, yeah, I'm gonna run one of the best D&D models for you. We're gonna do Curse of Strahd. And I made a foundry for that. So that game is currently hybrid. The sessions when they're here, we do in person, and when they're overseas, we do with Foundry.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's literal hybrid, not like, well, it's alternating, not
Yeah,
like
it's alternating.
Yeah, that's cool.
And if we, I can share real quick because I have a pretty nice Foundry setup going, and we could show that. I think it's already on my screen.
Yep.
Let me check that real quick. Yeah, there we are. I made a nice Foundry with Curse of Strahd, and the cool things with Foundry is most people use it only for maps. You have like overview maps for Barovia. They currently have a little camp in Barovia, so that's set here. And then you of course have like combat maps where the party is. The thing that I did, and which I like very much, for people not in the know, there's a very important fortune card reading at the beginning of Curse of Strahd. And I put that in map form. I basically had the backside of the tarot cards over these cards, and I revealed them piece by piece while role-playing the fortune teller, and that was really cool, even if it was remote. So you can do pretty cool atmosphere things in Foundry. Yeah, so that's the virtual half, and the real half is snacks on a table, a simple grid map, and minis.
Yeah, that's really cool. I think a lot of people, myself included, sometimes underestimate what you can do. It's not just maps; you can do like pictures and atmospheric things too.
I must say, I have to give credit to the Curse of Strahd subreddit because the resources for the module there are insane. It is especially Curse of Strahd has a cult-like following around it that makes tons of material that you can find. And I would have to shout out, I think, 6 people at this point. It's a great subreddit. If you ever want to DM Curse of Strahd, look in there. There's also great things for modifying the adventure a bit so that some of the icky parts are out, because it's a very old adventure. It has some parts that haven't aged well, but there's people discussing that. So especially Curse of Strahd, there's an insane amount of online resources.
Nice, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah,
these are actually the official cards. I have the coffin-shaped Curse of Strahd box for physical play.
Oh, okay.
And the most Nomen Est Omen thing, when I opened that box, I cut my finger, so this module spilled blood immediately.
Damn, that's a vampire right there.
Yeah, no, honestly, I cut my hand on one of the inlays and immediately bloodied the Curse of Strahd module. I think that's telling, right?
That's a thing.
And at that point, you knew the party is gonna pay for this.
Yeah, no, this is gonna get worse before it gets better. But yeah,
I want to. Oh,
go on.
sorry.
No,
I was going to say I do actually remember having some because like I used to do in person especially when I started playing tabletop. I started with Pathfinder First Edition. It was a friend's homebrew setting, which his homebrew setting actually inspired me to make one of my own when I started doing Pathfinder games myself.
Yeah.
When I ran those, a lot of the stuff was like, well, I think I started first with mostly Theater of the Mind, and I had a laptop in front of me for like notes and such. Even in person, a lot of the stuff I did was still digital. I did eventually get a dry erase board, playmat, and I got some chess pieces because I had like no money virtually, so like it was all I could afford.
So a really go on, sorry.
No, I was just saying it worked out pretty well. The only problem was that the chess pieces didn't quite fit the grid. So.
Yeah. That's
Are you
a
gonna
common.
Are you gonna
common
talk about that
mistake.
pop up thing, Corey, that you mentioned? That was amazing. Or
Sorry.
were you gonna bring up the pop up thing from last month?
Oh, you mean Printable Heroes?
Yeah.
The great budget alternative for minis.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a website. They have a Patreon for more access, but basically you have printable minis that you basically print out and you can fold them, and they have a standee on them, so you can just print minis. And they have a pretty substantial amount of minis. I actually have played Curse of Strahd in actual. I just remembered. I did. Curse of Strahd has a variant that's called Strahd Must Die Tonight. It's a really cool variant where you put the whole campaign just in the castle. Basically, the tarot reading sends you around in Ravenloft, and for that version of the game, you cut the deck that it just has events happening in the castle. So you're limited to one location. Then you can actually finish it in 4 or 5 hours. And you can give it a few cool twists. I had a 1 hour hourglass, and every time that hourglass ran through, Strahd would show up. So I just put a giant hourglass on the table and went like, you can play now. So that's a thing you can do on an actual table session. That's hard to do in virtual. And another thing I did that happened during a different game, my party talked to Demon in the Mirror. And I made everybody that made eye contact do wisdom save against something or not something. They never knew. And that's the thing you can't do virtual. Like, especially if you play on a table, sometimes bringing actual mannerisms of people into the play is really fun. And it's a thing I miss when I play virtual, which is a thing that you sadly can't replace.
Yeah, I mean, you could sort of if you did like video, and you can kind of do a little bit, but yeah, the in person it's so.
Just has something. Yeah, I also remember working with my wife to print out the map of Castle Ravenloft and glue the rooms together. That was a weekend project, so it has its ups and downs, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you get to hang out with Mika and glue things. That's a definite pro.
So I think we might have watched Castlevania while we were gluing that to keep in the spirits, right? So no, yeah, it's fun, but it's in person is so much more prep. As someone who's prepped for a D&D game for 6 to 7 years now, if you try to prep in person with maps and minis, it's a lot.
Yeah, that's why I've actually enjoyed the hybrid nature that I've been using because I use a screen and I have Foundry and I can just do all that and just throw a map up and then we're still in person. It's just
I'm funny that you say it. I'm actually shifting to exactly that approach. I have a Windows Surface tablet, and I bought a little foldable 18-inch screen where I can show the map on that I can connect to it, and I'm gonna do Foundry for that, but at an actual table. And if I actually ever have a room that I can dedicate to D&D, I'm gonna do the 70-inch screen and a table thing.
Yeah, that's really cool. Just have like a glass on top so you don't spill everything on it or whatever. But
what we already did, what was a little bit of a hack, we took a big cork board and put it on 15 centimeters, so 7-8 inch legs, to put as a topper on a regular table so we can have snacks and character sheets under and the map on. And that was a super cheap build. That was like, yeah, the corkboard, like just a tack board for the wall.
Yeah.
And put it on little legs from like a home improvement store with a couple nails. So it was a really simple project. But that makes so much more table space, especially since we have like 80,000 calories of snacks running around when we play in person. So yeah, that was a good thing you can do. That was what I had on D&D so far. Except if you want to get into the really new thing that dropped like 2-3 days ago.
We will get to that once we get through. Mega, you look like you were about to say something, and
yeah, I'm honestly surprised. I had a lot more on this than I thought because I do remember uh, a lot of the things from when I ran in person. Um, I remember one of my best sessions, and I think I still have the notes here too. Let me. I think I closed it. Uh, yes. So this session was like it wasn't there was no true combat in it. But I remember the premise for it was like one of the NPCs had received an invitation from his father to a play because his father and mother were both like famous performers.
Mhm.
So they both or rather they sent him a message like a magic letter that read itself to them, and at the end of it shredded itself up into tickets for a show. So the party all went to see this show, and it was pretty standard experience. Like it was like sort of an Epic of Gilgamesh type story, like a historical slash fantastical tale. But the whole thing about it was like behind the scenes, like the mother is a bard and she would play like the music she played was essentially entrancing the audience to improve the performance for them,
Okay.
like make it seem better than it was. And the father was playing the main character. Uh, and I remember this because at one point, the father called his son up to uh, essentially do stage combat, sort of off the cuff in an attempt to humiliate him. And the party pulled their talents together to sort of like flip the script around on him. And I just remember it being a very iconic moment in that story, and also a very fun moment for me because I got to act out, like physically act out, like his movements and everything. Like there was a part where one of them cast a spell that like dragged him into a trap door, and I remember I was acting out him like trying to claw his way back onto the stage as he was being pulled under. Um, that's definitely something I miss being able to do in like in person stuff.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. Like I haven't done an in person session since COVID hit. I think.
Yeah. I get to do one every Saturday, which is kind of like it's nice. So I do online and in person every week, and it's definitely different. It's different. You know, when an NPC is upset and the players do something, putting like slamming the table, not like hard, but like putting as like, did what? And just then they like all look up like, oh shit, like
I do
oops.
like I do like doing that. I think I was too nervous and worried that I would like actually frighten or upset people when I did that because I can like act very convincing in certain situations, and I think sometimes people question if I'm like actually upset sometimes.
That often happens as a DM when you see players actually role playing. You're just
Yeah,
like, are they actually upset? Are they mad at each other? And sometimes I have to just sit back and wait because I'm like,
Yeah,
maybe.
I've had a discussion like that with DM of my character Thalia because she's kind of a cautious person who doesn't really like she rarely takes risks. At some point, he came to me like, "Are you having fun? Because you're not really doing much." Yes, yes, I am. This is really just my character. Don't worry, she'll get better. This is an art. And from that moment onward, I also kind of made that happen quicker because I felt like, okay, obviously this is not really working out the way I wanted it to entirely. but it was funny.
I
Yeah.
do a lot of method acting when I role play. Like I tend to end up on some level feeling the feelings that a character is feeling in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I do. I do remember. I do remember when we had a specific fight versus a Child of Light. That there's a lot of emotions there.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that.
It made it a memorable moment. Like everybody was super, and then it's like everything happened, and then everyone else was like, "All right, cool. We're gonna keep moving." And Mega was really in character, and it was. I appreciated it now. I appreciate it now. And then I was kind of worried, but I appreciate it now. Now because I'm like, oh, invested in the story. That's fine.
Yeah,
So
I was so invested that I got to the point where I couldn't handle what was going on. It was only for a few minutes though, and once I had a few minutes to like compose myself, I came back, and it
yeah.
turned out to be a really good moment.
So yeah, definitely cool. So now that being said, I do have a little bit of a startup about a write up. Just to kind of go over some things. We're going to go into some of the more prominent ones and give everybody's opinions. But I kind of put together kind of a pro and con of in person and online play. So one of the things that I put in for myself for obviously in person strength is I find it to be more like organic. It's like it's more like social. There's a bit more like when people are talking, it's easier to read the room because you can see their body language and it's not just silent sometimes. Um, I find it easier to manage the table for role play in person. The problem is I've never really had a lot of like really hardcore role players in person. Most of the in-person players I had are more tactical.
Yeah,
But
that's something else that's something else that I've had experience. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good.
But like that's and probably put this up as a con for like in person, but like you are usually pretty limited in your options when it comes to players and DMs for in-person games because everyone has to physically be there.
Yeah.
And so it's usually people who live near you, and not always our friends aren't always the best role players, even though we love them dearly.
Well, it's not that they're best. It's just that they don't like role playing. They
Yeah.
like they
They're
just
not the most
want to play.
interested. They're not the most interested in it.
Yeah. Because I'm sure if they wanted to, they could probably find. But
The few real life tables I've had were very roleplay heavy for the most part, and one thing I've noticed about that is that is an advantage is if you got a digital call with heavy role players, there can only be like one scene going on because the moment someone else starts stalking, you're basically all sitting really close. You talk to each other, it doesn't work. Whereas at a real table, like two people and a DM can be having a plot moment, and people who aren't there could be off to the sides, like conversing in character with each other about something else without interrupting each other. That felt really good to me.
I had a player that came in with his two kids. So it was a father and his two kids. So the kids, I think the youngest was 12, the other one was 13. And often their role play, he would create the most like strangest characters. One of the characters he created, for example, was a skeleton cleric of Pharasma, which, if you know anything about Pathfinder lore, knows that makes no sense. Because Pharasma does not like undead at all. So she's all, they need to be put to rest type of a thing. So he's like, I'm rolling this. Can this work? And I'm like, well, we can make it work because the fact that it was the campaign that was a 5e1 that we converted to Pathfinder. Like technically you're in the quote unquote like realm away from where Pharasma's domain is. You went through like a portal and you're kind of back in where we guys started. So it was kind of not. So yeah, you're kind of like running away from Pharasma. So it was kind of funny to a lot of the role play when you would get power. A lot of it was kind of like not really. It was like parlor tricks and all that. And then it was kind of like, oh, leading into that there was actually somebody else that was giving him his powers and not Pharasma. So it was really interesting. But he would do a lot of role play with his kids, who played traditional 12 and 13. Like I want to be I want to be a sorcerer that throws fireballs and stuff. Okay, cool. And the other one's like, I want to be an elf assassin. Cool. You guys are easy. Here's your characters, and they made them. But he was always trying to kill them and vice versa. And they would be role playing in the back. And I'd just be like doing the story, and I'm just like, he goes, it's like, I'm gonna slit your throat, Dad, your character's throat, Dad. You just wait. And I'm just like, you guys good back there? He goes, oh no, I'm gonna kill his character. He goes, why? He goes, well, his character took all my rations and donated it to like his god, and he kind of just like threw it in the water. So I have no rations, and now I have to spend the gold I was going to use to upgrade to get food. I'm like, oh my god, what are they doing back there? So, what were you saying? What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Yeah, inter-party conflict is funnier than actual table.
Yeah.
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 In general,
Yeah.
things are funny quicker in real life because you can play off each other. You see each other's faces, like Artsy said.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's usually a fun experience, and you can actually feel the room better. That's definitely a difference I notice as a DM.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because there's an actual room.
Yeah, I want to try at some point with people who want to, just to do like like face cam, just have our faces in the corner somewhere, with people who are comfortable with that, and just kind of like see how that is different compared to like not seeing people's faces, seeing like if somebody does something and then I face palm, you'll see me physically face palm and shake my head, and because my friends love because you can ask Artsy. I don't emote much. I try to keep myself very kind of like properly, like in terms of physically. And then when she or someone says something and I just like shake my head or groan in pain because hand shoes, you could see it. And my friends, they love when they mess with me because they're just like, oh, we got him. Oh, yep. And then they just start, yeah, hand shoes are. I know hand shoes are real. I'm well aware. Thank you. So, yeah. Then they're like, oh, we got him. And then I see their reaction. I see that they enjoy that. So I play it up a lot of times. Or if there's like an NPC and then they like snap to like, oh, what the heck? It's easier to gauge that, which is it's a lot of fun. So, now. Going to online play, what I've wrote down for the strengths, obviously convenience is good for online play. Obviously, the not having to commute, being able to play from home, or I mean, hell, you can even play from your cell phone if you're not really playing a system that involves a lot of like interacting with the virtual tabletop, or if it's a session that's mostly RP. I know I did that for one of Mega sessions when I was babysitting or taking care of a family member. I just kind of got on my phone and just they screen share so I could see things, and then I just kind of just participated. So a big thing is obviously the automation of online play. Depending on the virtual tabletop, there's a lot of automation options. Generally, online play, almost always online play is going to be using a virtual tabletop for the most part. Because you don't have physical tables and dice to roll. So you're going to need some sort of dice roll / map / something. Again, depending on the system. Some systems don't need it, and we'll get into that later on systems that benefit from both. So I find that the convenience and the automation, and that's like the huge one, and the ability to be able to play with people and from across the world or longer
Yeah.
distances. So
I was about to say the reach. Like all of the groups I'm in, I wouldn't be able to play with in
Yeah.
person because they're in different countries.
Mhm.
I do want to point out though, like at least for me, this might just be a personal thing with like the benefit of being online is it takes a lot of pressure off. I'm a very anxious person, so when I'm in person with a bunch of people, it can be very uh it can be very rough because uh I don't know, it's hard to explain. But something about being behind a screen helps
no,
with
definitely. Yeah,
yeah, it helps with
stage
stage
fright.
fright. Yeah.
I remember one of my first players who joined when I started running at the library. Uh, they were they were 14 years old. Um, kind of very shy. Like they walked in, they were very shy, very meek, very like they didn't really talk. They looked like they were terrified, and their parents made them show up. And I'm like, oh no, what's happening? So I'm like, okay, well, what do you want to play? They wanted to play like a bard. So I'm like, oh, okay, all
Mm,
right, you want to play a bard? Cool, because we were still playing 5e at the time. And I'm like, cool, let's help you make a bard. So he's like, yeah, I want to make a male bard. And he started describing kind of like almost the opposite of themselves, kind of like where they were kind of meek and shy. This person was very uh, like not Ferdinand. Ferdy has always been a conniving, evil SOB, and I love Ferdy for that. But no, it's a different character. Um, and they basically described completely the opposite. And over the course of like the next 2 years, because it was like a year or 2 years, um, they started to kind of get more comfortable around the group. And then we added new members. People started coming in, like the father with his two kids. So now there were kids his age, or their age, that could play with the group. And what ended up happening was by the time that they finished, because they ended up moving because the father took a job and so they had to go, and so they couldn't show up anymore. By the time they were finished, the father came to pick them up one day because he was doing something, and he got to see the spectacle of his son, but essentially in the front of the room, kind of like reciting, like actually acting out his character, what they were doing, um, and just kind of like being like almost like in a play. And it was so nice to see. Like it was really nice. And then I didn't realize it because it was so gradual for us. But his father's like, I've never seen them speak in front of people, let alone stand in front of people and act out. And it was something about like they found a cat that could speak, and he wanted the cat to be the pet, but the owner was really mean, so he was like trying to plead a case to the local like magistrate about this person being evil, and was trying to convince me, and was like very like it super into it, and it was beautiful to see. It was like, oh my god, this is like, looking back at it, I was like, I'm super proud, because it's like, yeah. And looking now at their socials, like their father shared on the socials, they do cosplay. They cosplay different characters, a bunch of VTubers, and they're more like comfortable with themselves because it helped them come out with like some of the things that they were dealing with. Um, and they've become a lot more confident because of it. And that was like so good to hear. So I just thought I'd share that story. So, but yeah, those are just the general considerations when it comes to online and person. Obviously, hybrid, I think, does a mixture of both. Depending on what the hybrid is, mostly it's in person using virtual tabletops and the internet. Though it can, if some groups, like everybody's there just staring at their laptop, it can be kind of awkward. So there has to be that like mix. So all right. So think it might be a good time if we want to take a quick 10, and then we can kind of jump back in and talk about the specific systems and some of the pros and cons and some of the things we want to talk about individually. I know, Core, you've been dying to talk about something that you've been messing with, and I can't wait to hear for that. And we'll go for everybody, right? So that way we got a good little break here at the hour, and we'll be back in about 10, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
See you soon.
All right. See you in a
See you
bit.
later.
Bye bye.
And we're back. As I
Hello
watched
again.
my
No.
knuckle
And so it turns
lights-
out it was just a cat all along.
Oh, jeez.
But if you lick it, is it hallucinogenic? Wait.
No,
You know,
that was a different game.
there was a really good deal last night for Chinese food. I'd buy one, get one free. I just realized I have some in the freezer, some in the fridge. I don't know why that popped up just now. It just
What? Anyway.
that being said, what we kind of want to do is at the moment is kind of go over specific systems and the pros and cons of the online play versus in person, and kind of the things that we've experienced with it. Kind of go into more in depth. So if you're interested in these systems, so obviously the main two we're going to talk about are the big ones, which are 5e and of course Pathfinder. And then we'll go into smaller systems in detail, in less detail, but we'll go into those after. So if we can pull up Core's screen, I believe he has something up that we can talk about. I believe it's the sigil.
Yeah. Wizards dropped the, I think, beta or first test version of Sigil, which is their new VTT fully integrated in D&D Beyond. And I've played around with it a bit, and it's far from complete in my opinion, but it's very promising. I threw a super small mind map together really quick. It looks very much like Lego because I just wanted a geometry represented here. That was like 5 to 10 minutes work, so nothing really special. I just wanted to show off what it can do so far from what I've played around with it. The cool thing is we have two maybe known characters here. It's Core and Skari. There is a D&D version of Skari that I played in a one-shot. That's why she's here. And I actually pulled those from my D&D Beyond. It has a list of all D&D Beyond characters, which I have a couple of. And it straight up pulls the characters. The sad thing is Core doesn't have an attack because his weapon is a homebrew. And Skari's Great Axe didn't register, so she can only throw javelins at the moment, but it imports everything. So if we go to Core, he has his full spells. It shows above 6th level spells because he has a cleric dip, so he has theoretically up to 9th level. And it lists all cleric and paladin spells he has prepared. And they have a lot of spells in. The thing is, the spells show if they're automated or not. So those are still very much a work in progress. But most of the healing spells work. So if I move Core up to Skari, and Skari needs healing, so I can go Cure Wounds. And I would want to heal Skari, and at 5th level. And I can go do that.
These spell icons are straight from D&D Beyond as well, aren't they?
I think so, yeah. I mean, those are just the spell schools, I think, aren't they?
Not just the schools. I think they're the icons on the spell
I mean,
page.
it stops being proper the higher level they are. So maybe
Yeah.
I think it's still very much a work in progress.
Yeah, it's
It
a
also-
beta. It's the first
yeah.
open public beta.
It also leads all the class features. So if I wanted to smite, I could just move here and do the extra damage of a divine smite. If I just go, I want to use improved divine smite, I can select this Ankag and do the extra d8 damage. So it's automated, but not fully, because it doesn't automatically add to a melee attack. And they have a couple of famous NPCs as full minis, and I chose the Ankag one because this one has a really cool, neat feature. These two Ankags are hidden, and if I reveal the Ankag, it burrows out of the ground because Ankags are burrowers, so they have a burrowing speed. So revealing them just has them straight up burrow out of the ground. So it looks really neat so far, and if it actually imports everything properly and everything works, it's really nice. The miniatures for Skari and Core are custom. They have a little program to make custom minis, and I think they're pretty okay. I worked off what they currently have available, and I think I got pretty close. I think the custom minis are locked behind the master tier. You have to look the actual like monetization scheme up. Currently, some features are locked behind the master tier of D&D Beyond. But since I have a lot of books there and am playing in person and want to share my books with my players, I have it anyways. So they're trying to get more people on their platform. And yeah, you can run encounters. So you can just start an encounter and then everybody that's available rolls initiative. I net won the initiative with Cora, that's accurate.
Oh no.
So yeah, and you can go through the turns here. So I could move the Ankak and go like, I want to eat this elf. I think Core is currently franked by Skari. I don't know why that's relevant.
No, that's normal.
Oh. But it has 2d20, that's weird. It rolls at advantage. For some reason. And it rolls damage for attacks and does everything automated. And it's very much trying to be a table with minis. Like you see the dice flying around and the minis are actual minis but kind of magically animated. I think it's a cool look for a VTT.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, so they're on a very good way to automating that, and they have a feature that I really like when you go into characters and go to the features. You can get what's relevant for roleplay, and you get everything that's maybe relevant for roleplay. And you get active, passives. They have some really cool menus in here. You can set the mini size, and you can adjust some basic values, but the rest is important. So you currently can't fully edit a PC in here. I don't know where they're going with this. So we'll have to wait and see. I just want to comment on the capabilities of the system.
Nice.
And concerning that, I just want to show off what you can do with that thing if you spend time with it, because they added a little beginner adventure that you can just play in the free demo. And I loaded that up in another room. And it should load, hopefully. Yes. So if you spend some time with it, you can actually make pretty amazing set pieces. So I'm really excited where this goes. And that's really all I wanted to show. So yeah.
Pretty insane.
Yeah, D&D is... I wasn't really sure, but showing it as an actual like working prototype that looks really solid, I'm genuinely excited now. I wasn't before because I was like, I kind of want to see, but now I'm seeing and I like what I'm seeing.
You know what's kind of cool with this too is even if you're not really doing too much of the mechanical side of things and you just kind of want some maps and just like something there, it's just you can just use it and you can make minis, and the minis, if there's like a fantasy setting.
I should actually show the minis real quick. Yeah, it's basically you can select the base race for the minis and have a few options.
It's like a character creator.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
You can select skin tone, but that's a feature that's locked behind the master tier currently, I think.
Yeah, they can really go. They can
so
go
you
in
can
depth.
just like you can make something pretty cool already, and yeah, it's a super early build, I think. So yeah, you can actually already do some pretty cool stuff with it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Aztec. Yeah, that's a good point, Aztec. It looks really clean, but worry if they still won't have a homebrew function. So you're hard locked to what's in Beyond. I mean, it looks like you could still use the homebrew, but many of the things like won't be animated. I wonder if it'll be like.
The thing is currently, they currently cannot do it because Core's homebrew weapon did not import, obviously. But the thing is, all the homebrews usually follow a data template and a data structure, so they could very well do it. If they do it, we'll have to see. Sure, I'll totally give you that, but
yeah, it's we'll see. I mean, or maybe that's something that's behind another paywall, which that's fair enough. So the fact that only the DM really needs it, or one person needs it, you could share. That's cool. Not everybody. has to pay per month. Because that'd be a hard sell. Having everybody have to pay to use this would be a hard sell.
I think
But
at
one
the moment
person-
it works like D&D Beyond, it's like the master tier.
Yeah,
Like if someone has it, you share it, so that's good, I think.
Yeah.
Probably going
but-
off the idea that the DM has the big account, then everyone else joins in.
so
That's
So yeah,
currently how it works. So, as I said, we'll see where it goes, but I think it definitely has a lot of potential. It looks really nice.
Yeah, hopefully it does support homebrew in the future. That would be nice.
The thing is, Aztec, it doesn't have to be the DM. For D&D Beyond, the master tier works. Every account shares every book as long as one person has a master tier. And for me,
hey, Fables. Thank
the
you.
cost of the master tier is split with my very generous players. So, yeah.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
it's
the
definitely
sub,
a way
Fables.
to go around it.
And honestly, the cost for master tier isn't bank breaking, actually.
Especially if you got a group of players and they all chip in,
Yeah.
whatever. It's
Yeah.
kind of like the price of like what it would cost to buy a pizza and wings or whatever every time you guys.
Honestly, I think we spend more on snacks for the game quarterly than the master tier is.
Yeah. So
So yeah, no. As I said, I like it. It has potential. We'll have to see how they market and sell it. That's still in the open, and I am anxious about it. I'll admit it, but I hope they get the head on right for this because it would be actually amazing.
So that brings us to the actual topic, and I kind of want to get just everyone's opinion on it once I kind of go through, because we're talking about virtual versus physical or the combination of the two. This is definitely a huge step for the virtual side of 5e. But one of the biggest strengths that I've always seen for 5e is the fact that, like, even without all this fancy stuff for 5e, really you just need like the character sheets, a couple of dice, and you're pretty much good to go.
Yeah.
Because it's casual, but not in like a negative connotation. It's casual enough that it's easy to get into, and the tactical play doesn't it's not as tactical as like Pathfinder or Lancer or something where they're like, okay, X amount, you can be a little bit more theater of the mind with it, and I think that's a huge benefit. You can go super tactical. It's not saying you can't, if you want to. And I think the bigger the fights, the difficult the theater of the mind becomes. But yeah, I think the fact that this is a great step, and I think 5e really benefits for the fact that it's good in both virtual and as physical. I think honestly, 5e benefits more from the being physical because being in person, because of the fact that it's very casual. There's a lot of time to hang out and talk. You don't have to worry about who's flanking who and like what's the distance. You get like general idea and you're fine. Whereas some systems, it's like you have to like, shit, it's my turn. Okay, well, how many actions and what's the range and da da da. Then it starts to become like super sweaty. So
I mean, the actual simplicity is the reason we switched to 5e.
yeah,
Because my group was playing the Dark Eye 5th edition, which is also a very complex system, as it tries to model a lot of things to be somewhat realistic and very detailed.
Mhm.
But my real life friends got lost in that system a lot, and back in the days I was watching the beginnings of Critical Role and was like, hey, they're playing it like a very casual game with very much roleplay focus, but they played it for the simple rule set, and simple in the best possible way. It's easy to learn. And that's why we switched to 5e, and we haven't regretted it since, because 5e has the wonderful system of advantage disadvantage. So you analyze your situation and say, yeah, advantage disadvantage. We're just giving either a positive or a negative spin on the situation, and that's that. So you can still model and plan and try to do things, but you don't have to grab a rule book to see how you do it. And that's why it's perfect for an actual table, because the on-table discussions. I have a Shadowrun group with the same people. It's way slower in combat because we always have to look at a lot of rules and think of a lot of things, and it's a completely different feel to playing it on a table.
I feel like D&D also lends itself well to the, hey DM, I have a stupid idea, can I do this, this, and this? And then the DM just on the spot goes, sure, give me a roll for this and that kind of style. That ends up being really funny often at real life tables.
And it's a role that will inform the decision in a fair and roughly accurate way.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can do that with like Pathfinder 2 and whatnot.
I feel like in Pathfinder it's easier to break a system here somewhere by doing that if you're not careful as the DM, if you don't know everything. Whereas in D&D, well,
Yeah, that's
you
true,
can
that's
obviously
true.
do that. Like if you allow your artificer to build a nuclear bomb because they rolled a 20 on Arcana. Yeah, okay. Then
Yeah, that is true
please
because
don't do that.
I let a player like craft crazy weapons and stuff because he rolled like a nat 20, and then all of a sudden it was like, okay, you're doing things that some classes have to like invest feats into. So now these feats are redundant. Nobody that needs it because you were able to do it, and so I inadvertently broke some things. Like literally, I think on the Monday campaign, there's no point in going inventor with what I ended up doing because the inventor adding like traits to a weapon, I was letting a player just do that when they rolled really high. So there was kind of like, okay, in hindsight, understanding the niche of certain classes and feats and whatever, I would, yeah. So you're absolutely right.
So I have to give a quick shout out because I've been celebrating this with one of our regular viewers a lot. Aztec just commented, just remember, page 32, D&D isn't physics.
Yeah, true.
The new Dungeon Master's Guide actually gets into all of that with how you should just... The thing is, if you have a friendly attitude at your table, going with that, yeah, I want to do a somersault and Goomba stomp that guy's head. Yeah, roll athletics at disadvantage. It's a super easy way to go about it, and if your players are cool about it and you don't have to communicate, hey, this is a one-time thing, you can't make this your main attack even if it's funny, it works out super well.
Yeah. I think that's the benefit of knowing your table and whatnot. And I think that's why it hasn't been an issue in my table, because the players I play with are fantastic. So it's like, okay. Yeah.
Another thing that I recently had commented on from another TTRPG fan, there was the discussion about, hey, how can you roleplay in D&D? There's no rules for roleplay. Yeah, that's the beauty of it. I have my 3 social checks and I roll those at a difficulty and can inform the decision easy and on the fly. It doesn't slow down my roleplay.
Yeah.
I can actually play it out and don't have to care about the rules a single bit through the whole process. And if you want a simple game and don't want to be tactical about your roleplay or don't want your character to be modeled super accurate, you could see as a downside everybody can have a super eloquent character even if the dice don't get it if you give them advantage when they roleplay good. But that's always a thing. But I really, really love D&D for I can make a roll for this up on the fly and it will roughly be fair in what the system would do. And that's its absolute strength for actual table play.
Yeah. That's also what makes it so streamable for stuff like Critical Role, because Mercer plays really well into that.
I mean, they were a Pathfinder 1 game and switched specifically for the purpose of streaming to 5th edition.
Yeah. Which leads into something that we'll talk about that I was excited, but I'll talk about that.
Yes.
We'll talk about that and when we get to it.
That's the advantage of having a digital system, because I love playing Pathfinder and digital, everything Scoury can do is automated. I don't have to worry about anything. I can be as stupid as I want and just hit a button.
Although I actually told this to a friend of mine literally yesterday evening. I do want to know what my character does and why and how, so that I know that the automation is doing it correctly. I don't want it to be a substitute for knowing my class.
Yes.
That is also
I just don't want to do all the math manually every time I roll.
Yep.
And remember certain things.
Yeah.
That's a big problem for Shadowrun, because Shadowrun has the illness of a lot of floating modifiers. Like a lot of things that can modify your roll. Light conditions for ranged weapon distance. Have you sprinted this round? There's a lot of things you have to take into account, and I'm sure we forget a lot of them when we play at the table, but we're usually not the people that roll things back or go, oh, hey, I forgot this. Yeah, remember it next time. But people that get annoyed by that can get really frustrated by playing complicated systems at a table, I guess.
Uh, you know how my Metal Junction on the Tuesday game isn't automated? You know how I've never ever brought it up in the game because I keep forgetting that I have it. God damn it.
Yeah, there's some things that, and the thing is, Foundry and Pathfinder, it's very new. Honestly, it's within the last few years that it's become like a spike in popularity. So, and it's
Yeah.
also volunteers that are doing it. It's not like paid developers. And so,
Sorry, a quick thing. Foundry has official automated modules for Pathfinder. You can buy Troubles under Otari through Paizo.
yeah, but the Pathfinder system in Foundry is a volunteer. Like the module, yeah, that's in there, and they have their own automation, whatever. But I mean, the system that was the system that's created, that's created by and maintained by volunteers.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
And that's what the actual official module uses?
Well, I mean, the official module. I mean, I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it does use the Pathfinder Foundry system. It just is like a series of add-ons and mods that are officially made to utilize what's already there, because they work in close partnership with them. So
because the funny thing is, I have a Dark Eye kit for Foundry too, because they made an official one, and I think the rule system is from the actual publisher, and they have a free rules set and a paid set. Maybe there's a second one that's very possible. That's the beauty of Foundry. Everybody can publish systems on Foundry, so I actually do not know.
Yeah. When you get a chance, if you open up Foundry and you take a look at the official module, you'll see the game system that it's using, and whatever is the game system, that's going to be in the game system tab, and that shows you. I'll show it when we get to Pathfinder in a second, because we're probably going to get to that next, because
Yes.
we've talked about 5e, we've talked about its pros. And we want to keep it positive. Obviously, some people may or may not like it. Like myself, I don't have any 5e DMs. Like, I'm not DMing 5es at the moment. But that's just personal choice, because it's limited time, and I've chose the DM the things that I am having fun with at the moment. But I did enjoy DMing it when I did. So who knows in the future? We'll never know.
So, you got to Pathfinder in part thanks to D&D. That's kind of, in my opinion, what function it serves for like the greater TTRPG hobby, as I've said like 20 times before. It's a gateway. Yep. It's easy to explain 5e to people, and then afterwards, when they come to you like, I want to try something with more mechanics, for example, you can say, well, do I have Pathfinder for you, or the Dark Eye, or if you want another setting or system, there's Shadowrun, there's Lands, and then you dump the entire world on them with all the different systems that they couldn't learn as complete newcomers without experience.
Yeah, I remember playing Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, the PC games, and I didn't understand what the hell the damage was on the weapons, because it was like, what the heck is 1d6? What is this? I didn't understand what it was. I thought it was like 6 damage plus I no clue. And then I played 5e, and then it was like 1d6. Okay, so you roll one 6-sided die, and I'm like, oh, and then after that, now I understand. Like now, and so going into other systems where it's like, okay, yeah, the black hole on your mech does like 46 damage. I was like, now I understand it, because I got into it from.
It gets you the basis knowledge you need to understand all the TTRPG systems, which then do wildly different stuff with it. But at least then you got a point of reference, which is very important, I think.
Yeah.
Without a point of reference, a lot of the crunchy systems are complete chaos if you just start out, even at level 1.
Hmm. Yeah, so it's always if it's like a bunch of new players, definitely um, one of the better options. You know, it's like, hey, just jump into this. We'll do a quick whatever. If you like it, cool. If you
Mhm.
want more, we can also do that.
Starter
Uh,
modules are always good for that. Like 5e has a few, I think like 5 starter adventures by now, just with pre-made characters and like a DM guided story, so that even a new DM can just do it. Those are always good for it. I know that Trouble Under Atari, the Pathfinder second edition one, is also very good for that.
yes,
Very high
yeah,
quality.
that was a
Uh,
lot of fun when we did that. So
I'm not sure if Lancer has that. Probably it does, right? They got a
I
bunch of
think
adventures.
yeah, they have the one that they were running. I forgot the name of it. That where you start and you end up by like license level 1 at the end of it or something. So yeah,
Yeah,
1 or 2. But yeah, they have it. That one's pretty. I think pretty much most systems have something
yeah.
to kind of get like a starter adventure or whatever. So
A
that's
good
definitely
tutorial, a good
uh,
intro. It's very important.
so that being said, we can jump into since we talked about 5e, we can jump into Pathfinder.
Yes.
You can switch to my screen. I have my Pathfinder running. Now that I've restored it, I just have like a map of like a one shot the Saturday campaign was doing to mess around, so it's not going to give away anything story wise. So my little kind of blurb for Pathfinder. So I do if what is it best for? So for 5e best for I said both, and then we said the pros and cons. Um, my opinion for Pathfinder, I think it's best for online play or hybrid using the VTT, simply because the automation really helps speed things up. Because there's a decent amount of crunch in this. It's not as crazy as some people make it out to be. It's not Pathfinder First Edition
Oh god, yeah.
or fourth edition D&D, which has like a ton of like rolling like modifiers and whatnot. It does keep it to a reasonable level, but it's very easy to miss things because even in Foundry with all the automation, we miss things. So
Yeah.
um, it's essentially I see it satisfying for more strategy minded players or engaging with physical maps and miniatures. You know, and actually like engaging with the map because the measurements and all that, like people really um, it, it it benefits from that. You know, getting a good flank off, getting a good like, hey, I'm gonna go here. Then that's where the focus is for the system, and it's more of like a team oriented than like an individual hero based. Which I think I find 5e more like an individual can really make a it's like hero individual based with a bunch of heroes working together, whereas Pathfinder feels like a team. That's not a negative for either. I'm just saying
It's just the
that's
way
what
it
it feels
works.
like. Yeah.
They could
So
absolutely play one like the other kind in the other system as well, but then you need to
mhm.
more like talk to your group about that
Yeah,
to get
yeah.
that your interests aligned, so to say. Because there's
Um,
absolutely some classes in 5e, for example, that are crazy powerful together if you know how to play to each other's strengths. Pathfinder does that by default, basically.
yeah. And Pathfinder again, it's about the tactical play because of the
Yes.
fact that, for example, say this character is here and this enemy is about to attack, and it's this character's turn. He has one action left. He could close the door. Now in 5e, it's just movement, right? To open a door, it's a free interact or whatever.
That's your free interact on your turn.
Yeah. And Pathfinder, that's one of your 3 actions to open the door. So now instead of having 3 actions, there's only 2. And sometimes enemies have things that use multiple actions. Not so much this enemy. This is like okay, like Shadow Blade. This is a 2 action thing. So, like, say this person had um, an extra action, close the door, and then take a step back. Now this person can't Shadow Blade this person because 1 action to open, 1 action to move, and they only have 1 action left. So this ability can't be used. So that's like the whole tactical aspect and the cool thing about Pathfinder, and that's where the automated tabletop and like doing it online or hybrid benefits because it speeds that up. Because it's really hard to remember a lot of things, and like again, like how Core said, putting together a map with and gluing it together and all that. It's a lot of work, so it would be a lot of prep. So that would be like a Pathfinder in person would be a lot of prep. I think it would be super satisfying if you're able to do it pretty well with like miniatures and stuff. That'd be really cool. So that's why I'm excited for what our Lord and Savior Matt Mercer is planning on doing. And we'll get to that. But yeah, and so the system also has things like, for example, in this system, when you attack an enemy, Foundry or the automated system will factor in, well, that's a crit. Of course, Victor crits because it's Victor.
Yeah.
But it factors in, so the enemy's AC is 24, if you could see here, but it says 22 because it goes off guard flanked. Because it factors in because there's an ally on the other side, so it factors in that bonus for you. So as a player, if you forget that, the system will say, oh, it's a 22. So if Victor were to have rolled a 22, it would be a hit. And I like it because it would also say in the system, and I think that's something you said just now, Frax, knowing, it would say like flanking, and it would tell you that you hit because of flanking. And I try to make it a good, like, okay, let me actually like remind people that's why it hits. And then I'm gonna hit this button, and there's gonna be a lot of numbers because this is like Pathfinder loves its crits. AC towards the end game becomes avoid crits rather than actually avoiding hits because you're going to get hit by that first attack pretty much all the time. Unless you're Core and roll a 1, which I'm sorry, Core, that's just
Wow.
The amount of times that it happens.
That's not even catching strays. That's just changing your aim.
No, that's just getting stabbed.
Damn, straight up. It's not even the 15th of March yet.
To be fair though, the amount of enemies that were turned to paste by Skari, it's my only way to actually. But so you hit this critical button, and then there's this one because I forgot these are low level, so they're what, level 6. Oh no. So it does all the 2d4, does the math. If there were like a lot of runes, it would do all that. Like if it was a vitalizing. Like, so if this was an undead enemy, it would actually do this, and would actually roll it, and then it does all the math for you. So, boom, you have the number, and as a DM, I can click this and apply it, and it automatically applies against the enemy. So it streamlines the combat. So a lot of the math is done, and I think that benefits a system like Pathfinder, because Pathfinder does like its numbers. Again, not to say you can't do it in person. It's just once you start doing it like this, it feels, you start to feel it when you don't have it, because it's like, oh damn, I got to remember. Is it ×2? Is the +4 ×2 as well, you got to kind of remember all of that. So
on topic of that, because it just came up in my mind. In topic rolling, bad rolls, etc. And that will be controversial, but in my opinion, playing in person with physical dice has the advantage I can fudge my dice as a DM. Because I will do that.
You can do that virtually. You can do it in the system if you wanted to.
Yeah, if you ask them for hidden rolls that even the players can see, you can be like, for example, you have a piece of lore that you want to drop as DM. You ask hidden knowledge rolls from your party, and they come in, and you're looking at like a 5, a 4, another 4, and a 1, and you're just like, fuck it, Skari, you got a 20. Because I want to drop my goddamn lore.
Yeah, it was like, hey, roll call knowledge, and then it rolls, and then I get this little thing that says, okay, this is the recall knowledge.
The thing is, you can't fudge your players' rolls on the table.
No, on the table, no, but like, there's something you can do still digitally. I mean,
for Pathfinder, the hidden rolls are rolled by the DM. So when I roll, when you say, hey, I want to recall knowledge, what really happens is the DM is supposed to roll it at the table. behind the screen.
Oh yeah, actually
Oh.
true.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's how
Yeah,
secret that's how secret
that's
roles
how
work.
hidden roles work. That's actually true. That's not
That's-
different for D&D. The thing I fudge the most is the roles of enemies in combat as a DM.
Yeah, and that's something that can be done in Foundry if you kind of change some of the settings and you choose to roll it
Okay, you
hidden.
can actually do that.
You can actually do that. I don't, because I kind of like, at the moment, I'm just liking seeing what happens, because it's kind of, I'm letting the dice tell a lot of the story, and I'm focusing more on the mechanics and letting the system do the work. And surprisingly, it's told very intense stories. Like, again, going back to the Tuesday game, which is now the Monday game, with the Shining Child, or Lena dying in the first
Yeah.
actual fight, like getting crit multiple times and dying like that.
That wasn't
You
the
know-
first actual fight. It was like the second actual
Yeah,
fight. I survived
yeah.
one.
Yeah, I think it was like that was the third fight, because there was a fight in each of the floors. But
Yeah,
yeah,
actually, yeah. Oh, and the
But
one
it
in the inn.
yes, so 4.
So yeah, I survived pretty long before I died.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was beside the point.
But yeah, there's absolutely, but I think it's easier in person to do
Yeah.
the fudging and to
Yeah.
do there's not
Because
less feeling.
I
So-
own the actual Foundry module for the Dark Eye, and it has that built in.
Yeah.
Like, it has an actual fudge mechanic. You know, where it is actually pretty much the same window as if you request a roll in Foundry, where you get that little pop-up where you can add modifiers and everything.
Yeah.
It has a fifth button that is named GM Arbitrariness. If you hit that, it does the roll and displays the results in text form, and you can edit them.
Yeah, there's a drop mode here. If I wanted it to be like a private roll, I can roll.
Yeah, and the
Private.
thing is, you can, the roll mode has GM arbitrariness in the Dark Eye module, and you basically get the result and can edit it before you publish it, and then it rolls as if it had just rolled those numbers.
Yeah.
Which I shouldn't
you
have
can do-
done, but
What,
yeah.
what you can do when you roll at a physical table, though, is you roll behind the screen, and then you can
Yeah.
have facial expressions to torment your players before you say the number, which is hilarious.
Oh yeah, that's also a thing you can do, yeah.
I mean, again, that's why I want to at some point maybe do like an actual like video and just be like, and people will look at my screen and just like, what? And like, oh, nothing. So yeah.
You get the actual live concern emoji then.
Yeah. But yeah, so for Pathfinder, definitely I feel that it benefits a lot more than D&D does with the virtual tabletop, because D&D functions very well without it. And I think Pathfinder is a bit harder in person than on virtual, but it gets more mileage out of the virtual. So it's again, not a negative for either of them. It's just different styles of gameplay. So
Yeah, like I've played D&D literally without maps. Like all I had was the sheet and the DM. We didn't have
Yeah.
a battle map. We had combat that worked just fine. Now, of course, distance and movement was less important at that point, but D&D doesn't strictly need that. You can have that if you like that. Absolutely, most people do, but you can do without it. Whereas a Pathfinder without movement and maps, that'd be weird.
So, going into that, we're already working out differences between D&D and Pathfinder, but in the broader space, they're in the same corner. If you have other systems now that have more complex dice mechanics for simple rolls, like all the other systems I have played, Shadowrun has a pool system, so you roll 15 or 20 d6 and count out things. Those benefit massively from a VTT. Just to give it as an example, I have a set of dice that I prepared specifically for Shadowrun. Because how Shadowrun works, you roll a number of d6s and count all 5s and 6s, and the sum of that is basically a value you work with. It's called your hits. And you then have to count if you have more than half of your full pool 1s. That modifies the result, and so it's a lot of counting. What I did, I got Games Workshop dice, because they have a special symbol on the 1. In my case, it was a skull. And they have the actual same colors as the Games Workshop paints. And what I did, I took the paints and painted over the 2, 3, and 4 because those results are irrelevant for Shadowrun. So I only see 5s, 6s, and the skulls. So I'm faster at counting them out, and that actually makes a difference. I already know of tables where the Shadowrun players have a 10 set of dice in an acrylic cube, so they can just I roll 13 dice, so I roll my big cube and 3 extra dice, because the amount of dice also varies by skill. So there's a lot of physical things people do to make that rolling easier, which is interesting, but way more simple on a VTT.
Yeah. In the VTT, you just have the amount of dice, it counts it all together, it tells you the amount of successes and losses. That's it, you're done. It does it in a second.
Yeah, that's the thing. Same for the Dark Eye, where a simple talent check is 3d20 plus math. So yeah, I also appreciate the VTT for that system a lot.
Yeah, I also really appreciated it for Fist, even though Fist is powered by the Apocalypse, which is like, it's a 2d6 system.
Yeah, it's like really simple.
Yeah, 2d6 plus a modifier, because it does kind of like, it shows it and then it's like, oh, all right, partial success, full success, and it kind of like it's good for bookkeeping to go back and see, okay, whatever. So,
but
we did.
Go on, sorry. Just to throw in the counter argument, rolling the damage for a fireball with physical dice is more satisfying.
Oh, I mean, yes, but it's very close by when you have. I think the 5e Foundry set module is really good, because when you roll fireball, and then you roll the damage, then it does the explosion noise and the sound, and then you see all the dice show up on the screen. That's also pretty satisfying too.
Yeah,
but yeah, definitely.
It makes a roll of 6 on a d6 green and a 1 red. I find that very nice personally. Like, you see the green pop up and you're like, yeah, max damage for that die roll anyway.
You can actually set those to different numbers in the Dice So Nice module, because I played around with that for Shadowrun, with the 5 and 6s registering and the 1 being bad.
No.
So yeah, you can actually play with that.
So that's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but yeah, no, the feeling of having all those dice in your hand and just like throwing it, it's actually even better when you're a DM and you're like, okay, the enemy is there, and he goes, okay, well, I'm just gonna hit it. Okay, you miss, all right, or the enemy's gonna hit you back. All right, he hit, and then I just grab a handful of dice and you're like, wait, what?
Just one time, I want to cast 5e Meteor Swarm at a physical table, 40 d6 damage.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna need 40 of those, DM.
See, that's why you have to have a Shadowrun player on your table. That's no sweat at all.
He takes out his cube. It's like, reuse this.
That's 33d6 actually. So you're very close.
See, just 4 more.
Yeah, because everybody there's a great company that makes very different dice, and they have a cube of 36d6. We call it the Shadowrun cube.
Yeah.
Because nobody needs that many d6s but Shadowrun players. As far as I know, there might be other systems. Granted,
I think Call of Cthulhu can go a little crazy at some points, but yeah.
Call of Cthulhu uses a percentile die, I think.
Does it? I thought it was also.
The one I made a character.
No, I'm confusing it with the other one again. The other Eldritch one.
Is it Achtung Cthulhu? Which also exists. I don't know the other one.
I don't think so. I didn't. That was when I played on Tabletop Sim at one point. I also used a ton of d6s, but I forgot. It was Eldritch in the same style, but maybe it was Arkham Asylum? No.
Arkham Horror doesn't use d6s, I think.
Also,
I don't remember.
Fables.
It's been long, so it doesn't matter right now.
Also, Fables. You mean like the effects when you get like a nat 20 where it does like something like this?
Daddy, yeah. I don't know if it played because the stream is delayed for us.
Oh no, it just did it now.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Did you have to?
It's the train.
Oh no. It crashes my Foundry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
be careful with how many modules you use in Foundry.
Yep. this was refreshing. I have like 2 active modules for this system because everything's built in. It's a smaller system, but yeah, when you go to like when I went to this one has like 100 or something. So, but yeah. So, absolutely. So, like I said, Pathfinder.
All huge
5e,
pluses for VTTSs in our books.
I think it's how you use the VTT that matters as well too. So, because as a supplement, it's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do love this statement. You use your DM screen for partial cover. I will use that in my actual table in the future.
Now I'm gonna toss a couple of systems because I'm gonna do it before we do a break. Is then I think the next hour we'll do more of where we're gonna break down some of the systems that we want to talk about. But I want to toss this question like a speed round for you guys.
Okay.
So it's going to be essentially, I'll toss a system. You guys tell me whether you feel in person, like, oh, maybe I would like this in person or not.
Thoughts.
Even if you don't know, even if you know a little bit about it. And then give me maybe like a pro that you think, why you think that way or other. We'll make it quick. So I'm going to start off with one that is kind of easy for Frax. Lancer.
Ooh. That's not as easy as you think it is. I'd say in person, actually. Like, imagine if you got that with models and like a map. I think that would be awesome.
Oh, kind of like MechWarrior.
Yeah. Like, you showed. I think your core. Someone showed me like a giant MechWarrior game where they had like an entire hex laid out with their mechs.
That would be me.
I'd be down for that. That would be amazing. And I think Lancer as a system is simple enough to not bog down with mechanics and die rolls. Because in the end, it's only like a d20 for attacks and d6s for damage. That's not too hard to deal with, I think.
Yeah, Pathfinder's more complicated than that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think just to interject, didn't Lancer also have the mechanic where you basically talk out initiative with your party?
Yeah.
That's also nicer in person. I think there's a lot of inter-party communication or inner-party communication, and that's nicer on an actual table.
Lancer's biggest strength is that it has relatively simple mechanics, but uses them in a way that really promotes really deep strategy.
Yeah.
So that on an actual table, I can see people go full war console there, put their heads together, DM over in the kitchen, sipping his drink like they don't know.
And yeah, I mean, you can get stackable hex maps where you can actually make elevation really rather easily, and you have basically just a ton of hex tiles and can make a really cool map. So that's actually also really, really nice to do, because I've seen it done for MechWarrior, which uses a similar kind of map.
Also, I mean, just imagine, I had it up and she put it away. I was gonna say, just imagine, Artsy, put me back on. Imagine just rolling into us with like a bunch like that.
Yeah.
Custom painted. And you're just like every single, like it has a story, the pilots behind it, or the story behind your character. There's customized your mech. So
another one I've seen on the Reddit, which I thought was amazing, was someone who made their Lancer mechs in Lego, like with fully articulated limbs and all. That was awesome.
Ooh, oh, nice.
They look really accurate to the art. That was really well done.
Okay, so we hear
you get bonus points for the Mad Cat.
You know it. So, so it looks like a consensus for Lancer is surprising. I was expecting immediately like, hey, everyone's say, oh, just on that. But in person, you make a very good argument. Then again, this is the whole crux of this conversation and the things that we want to kind of talk about. That there is some benefits to both that really open things up. I really enjoyed that answer. So cool. Okay, let's go to the next one. That's kind of easy. Shadowrun. Again, I say kind of easy.
So fun fact about that. The thing is, with Shadowrun, there is a VTT, but it's still very much not completed, and I've been tearing out my hair over it for a while. So the automation benefit isn't there. And with Shadowrun, how we play it, and that's very different per table. We lean a lot into the role play and the legwork because Shadowrun is supposed to be super deadly. So before you do a job, you do a lot of legwork and exploring and sussing things out, and that's mostly role play. So for Shadowrun, I would also actually go for the table. For the simple reason we play Shadowrun for the amazing setting and we tolerate the rules, and that's true for both table and VTT.
I've never heard something so Shadowrun players as saying we tolerate the rules.
We tolerate the rules for the setting. That's what my group says. The thing
Yeah,
is, you have to tolerate the rules because the setting is so complex and you want to model that, so the rules will be somewhat of a mess no matter how you do it.
yeah, fair.
So Shadowrun also in person.
Cool. Okay.
We're surprising Rain one after the other.
Yeah, I'm absolutely surprising. So I got a poll in chat. Shadowrun virtual versus reality. I love those two, virtual reality. So everyone in chat, if you want to go up there and check out a poll on Shadowrun where you think it would fall.
No, for Shadowrun, the best would of course be virtual reality. That's not even a contest.
Yeah, actually. Everyone gets a VR set and plays it on Tabletop Simulator.
I have DM'd one session on Tabletop Simulator while using my VR headset. You knock over so many minis.
I know.
It's not even funny.
Oh yes, it is. We've played some games on Tabletop Simulator where someone was using a VR headset, and whenever there was a standee involved, in our case it was like the castle standee from the Epic Spell Wars game. It gets knocked over the entire time.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Oh,
and
I
the
love
life-size
Epic Spell Wars.
tracks that we put on, that was also
Yeah.
but that's not part of the game.
All right. So it looks like reality won out. So yeah. I think a healthy mix of both, like reality with maybe some VTT tools to help with some things might be pretty cool. Like maybe to like, you know. But again, maybe that might be part of the whole thing of writing down all your character notes and everything.
I like Fable's idea.
Rainship to Cyberpunk, yeah. Yeah, and every time you take damage, I just throw it like I throw something at you.
I mean, I actually was shortly before coding our own Shadowrun dice roller app because we were kind of annoyed by the dice rolling. So I get the mix of virtual and table a lot.
So
honestly, you could just roll it on your phone and then just slide your phone to the middle of the table to show people what your rolls.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to count 6s and 5s, so you have to open the actual die roll, not the sum, and actually start counting the numbers, and it's as cumbersome as rolling.
Surely there's a physical app for that somewhere, right? If not, there's a hole in the market. I want 10% if you make this.
When I last looked, there was a definite hole in the market, tracks.
10% if you make it. Just saying.
Well, there you go. I'm pretty sure, like it's in. Isn't the Foundry roll? Does it count it? So
the Foundry roll does. It actually also works with opposing rolls, but all the modifiers are completely unautomated, and it can't keep track of buffs and debuffs.
Okay, so there's
there's especially buffs and debuffs, because the thing is, the system is complicated in that. Because it has weird buffs and debuffs. One of the best buffs that exists is a buff to your initiative. It's called Increase Reflexes as a spell.
Yep.
And basically it adds you roll hits, right? I explained that mechanic. So you count your hits, and it adds 1 to your initiative base and 1 additional die every 4 hits. And modeling that is actually complicated. So I get why it's not automated yet. The rules behind that are really complex. Because you basically have to add mod 4 dice on the initiative. So it's weird. Yeah,
all right.
That's it. It's just a very complicated system, and people are actually trying to do it in Foundry, which fucking thank you, but it's not finished yet, sadly.
Soon.
Hopefully. Right. And the thing is, it has an import for Chama, otherwise I wouldn't have given it a second thought.
So moving on to, I got like two more that I've played, and then if you guys want to chime in, but I'm going to do a. This one's going to be quick. I don't think I'm even gonna, unless any of you have played it. I think I'm just gonna answer this one. 7th Sea, my very first game. It is a very theatrical, dramatic game where the players do all sorts of crazy things. I think it would lose all of its charm online.
Yeah,
I
with the
think
way you describe it.
the whole point of it is describing the craziness that your character does, like an Earl Flynn movie, and just like, I swing across this and do that, and I think that would be lost in the virtual.
I think you can do it, but it's definitely better in reality. And if I'm not mistaken, that's a very simple one when it comes to rolls, right?
It's, well, not really. It's you roll a bunch of d10s equal to the number of of your skill, and then you make tens, and also tens explode. So, so like say you roll 3 dice,
Okay,
and you
so a
roll,
fair bit of yeah, there's a fair bit of counting involved.
yeah, you roll 3 dice. You got a 2, a 4, and another 4.
I thought it
That's
was
a
a D6 system.
No, it's a
As you call
D10. It's a D10. And every time you get a D10, or every time you get 10, you can make 10 with your sets. Because you have to do math. Because sometimes you're like, oh, actually, if I do this one, it'll be over. It'll be 12, but then I can't make it. So you actually have to think. Every time you get a 10, it's called a raise. And that raise you use to perform an action. And if you spend the raise to perform an action, you just do it. It just happens. So it's kind of like a system of how many raises do I have, but at the same time, I might make something difficult. Okay, to raise. Okay, to jump over the fire. Okay, that's there's jumping over the fire, but there's the thing. There's a person you need to save. That's another raise. And the door's closed, so that's a third raise. So you have to spend 3 to do it completely. So you can be like, you know what? I'm just going to make sure the door's open. So I jump. I don't make the roll because I only have 1 raise, but I open the door and save the other person because I didn't get all 3. So I take some of the damage. So it's like, so you're negotiating and storytelling. So
Oh yeah.
so yeah.
Simple
So
enough
that,
an idea. It's just more counting involved in practice.
yeah. Yeah, so it's an interesting system. I think that falls into a lot of the Powered by the Apocalypse and Fate, those kind of systems.
Yeah, kinda.
Um,
A similar
so
idea where it's less mechanics heavy and more like you roll the die to see how the story evolves rather than really have it be a success or a failure. Am I
um,
right?
yeah, yeah. It's they're going to succeed. It's just what are the consequences of the success? Like, all right, I have one. And I'm going to lump these two together. We're going back to Pathfinder and we're going back to Dungeons and Dragons, but we're going back to Pathfinder First Edition and Dungeons and Dragons 3.5.
Virtual. I'm not doing that on paper.
So
Yeah.
if we can
Okay.
put-
Okay. Wait. Hear me out here. I feel like everyone should experience 3.5 or Pathfinder First, some kind of numbers heavy system
I don't have a
at a
PhD.
table in person. It
Oh, God.
doesn't require a PhD, but I just feel like everyone should get that experience at least once because
I'm gonna
that.
put a poll up,
Okay,
by the
go
way,
ahead.
so you guys can vote. But keep going.
So
What?
I've been told this before about movies, and then they made me watch the 2019 Cats movie, so I'm
No,
wary.
no, okay, that's not. No,
Sorry, continue.
but at least in my case, it genuinely, like, playing that first before even getting into like 5th edition genuinely helped me like get into the mindset of understanding how the rules work and interact with each other in a tabletop game. Like, I don't think I would have had nearly as good a grasp on the like logic behind running tabletop games without having played those systems first in person.
For me, it effectively kept me out of TTRPGs until
Th-
5th
that-
edition.
That I can also understand, and that's why despite my hear me out, I don't think I would actually encourage people to play it in reality. I just think it was, for me, it was an important step, and I think
Yeah, it's
for it
understandable.
was an important step.
I would argue everybody should play Pathfinder first and D&D 3 or 3.5 to appreciate what progress the modern editions are.
I can see that one. Like, to have
That
a
and
reminder of the quality of
Poll's
life.
almost up. Be sure to vote. We only got 3 votes so far, but I think it's going to be a sweep.
I think
Yeah, that actually reminds me of the way how I got into World of Warcraft, because I never really played it until Classic came out, and then some friends, one of which being Mega here, took me into World of Warcraft Classic, and it was like I was having fun, but it's like you feel that it's old, you feel that it's a little dated, and on the same subscription you had access to the modern version, so I was like, I'm gonna go check that out. In comparison, like all the modern quality of life, like better graphics, dungeon finders, polished class design, I was like, I'm gonna play this one.
I mean, the funniest anecdote for that was when they released. I think this fact fits into the topic because it goes about understanding. When they released World of Warcraft Classic, they had a list of this is not a bug. This is how things were back then.
Yes.
And that, as someone who played since Classic for 10 years, I knew all the progression. I know why they changed things. That list sent me. I had so much fun reading that list because it was just so. Yeah, I would see why a modern person sees this as a mistake because it kind of was. Yeah, I get the evolution of systems and why they do that.
There was one in the beginning because the person who figured out how Classic even was able to work basically had to reverse engineer a lot of stuff. There was one post I remember from Blizzard that basically went, "We know this bug exists. We know it. We fixed it at some point in retail, but we have no documentation. We have no idea how to do it right now. So bear with us for a while."
We have to fix it again, yeah.
Yeah, they had to figure out again how that even worked, which was difficult because they didn't quite know how Classic even worked completely at that point. Because like all the super old developers that made it were gone at that point. Like that was almost 20 years later. No, almost 20, like 15, I think. Anyway, long.
I mean, if you calculate like 5 years development and then it was 10 or so years running,
Yeah.
20 was okay.
Yeah, the person who figured it out was an engine engineer who had been with them for ages. So yeah, but yeah, that aside.
Well, I mean, surprisingly, the poll went virtual for 3.5 in first edition.
Can't believe this.
Can't believe this.
Wait, how?
Stunning.
What?
So, but that was really the last one that I had. I kind of want to toss that out because I'm sure the horror stories of the grapple rules, which by the way, Fables, I've been trying to find the grapple rules so I can show it on screen. I can't find a grapple rule that's legible enough that isn't tiny font that fits on the screen.
You found the enormous diagram on Reddit?
Yes. You
Yeah.
can't read it. So, but yeah, so
I will
Okay.
forever be amazed of how arcane they made grabbing a guy in those versions.
I think that's the problem of a lot of systems back in the day, where the Dark Eye also was initially made. Tried to simulate a lot. They wanted
Yeah.
to model, and so the rules were complex, and they dialed that back to have the rules only inform gameplay and not completely model gameplay.
I just don't think grappling in general as a mechanic translates well to games. Like, I'm not even thinking in terms of like tabletop specifically. Just like people also hate like grab heavy characters in fighting games. It's just not. it doesn't translate well to the abstractions that we place on, especially combat in
Yeah.
in these games.
Oh yeah, I love grapple. I throw a lot of enemies that grapple you, and my main character that I play is a grappler.
Remind me to never play Street Fighter with you, Rain.
Oh yeah, I will pull out the Zangief or the what's the new one, the French girl from the fifth game. She does all those grapples. I forgot her name. It's been a while. Oh, God.
Wait, the blue wrestler?
No, she's in Street Fighter 5. I forgot her name.
Rainbow Mika?
I don't know.
It's like the not quite luchador, but like
I stopped Street Fighter in 2, so yes, old.
Oh wait, actually Street Fighter 6. Sorry, the new one.
okay, I don't.
Manon. Manon. She's the French she's the French grappler. Her special is amazing. That she
Should the
Manon
super
was
buff
like-
one?
No, that's the Frax bait. That's Marisa.
Hold up, the what?
She's the Italian Roman muscle girl.
Oh, the one with the weird hair, like shaped like the helm.
The hair that's shaped like the helmet. Yes.
I'm not going to go too much into this on stream because it's gonna get weird, but no, actually, my thing.
Okay. But no, that one's a punch heavy. Like she hits you really hard. No, the grapple one is the French girl. And of course Zangief. But yeah, that's where we're going to video games now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's take another break here. And then we'll kind of get back into the other segment that we have, which is going to be systems we want to play. So we're going to bring up some systems and why we're interested in it, and to kind of talk a little bit about them. We're not going to spend a huge amount, and I might do a follow up write up on some of these systems if I see something interesting, because I'm definitely always looking for systems. So we'll get into that, and then if we have time, we might do some scheduling tips and some narrative things to do when the scheduling tips don't work and people miss. So we might end up doing that. So let's take a break. We'll
Wait. Sorry, quick interject. Do we have scheduling tips apart from Ye Who Enter, Abandon All Hope?
You weren't supposed to tell. You weren't supposed to say that.
Did I spoil it? I'm sorry.
Oh, damn it.
But I know there were actually
Anyway.
some tools in there, and we could talk about it. Maybe see like what kind of tools we could like discuss it. What we've done that helped us, type of thing. But yeah, we'll take a quick break, about 10 minutes, get a stretch, get some more hydration, and then we'll come right back in and start talking about some of the things that we want to play and some other tips and narrative things. So, alrighty, we'll see you in a bit.
And then that's when I realized, no, wait.
Anyways, that's how I lost my medical license.
So
That's a
that's
good
why
one.
that character is okay. That makes sense now.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing to admit, but you know.
This is gonna be
Okay.
a repeating joke now, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want to see more insightful commentary into why or why not certain characters are interesting design-wise and match the aesthetic and historical uh, accuracy of the ancient Roman Empire,
Oh my
you may
god.
want to check out Frax and his YouTube channel.
No, shut up. I do not have an interesting YouTube channel. I have Torbjorn Plays of the Game from 2016.
Yeah, there you go.
I am so glad I'm so old. I don't have any like socials whatsoever.
I mean, if I really cared, it would hide them, but I think it's funny.
It is funny.
So, that being said, hello, Core. How is the cheese?
Very cheesy, actually.
Ah, nice.
I did have some cheese before podcast.
Me too. Surprise.
So, we're going to do a little round here called Systems We Want to Play. So, we're going to talk about, now that we've talked about, like, you know, physical and in person, and also when we do System We Want to Play, we might want to also talk about, hey, I would like to, because maybe we could even bring in systems like, hey, I would love to play X in person, because I never had a chance to, but because I would add Lancer now, because that sounds really cool. But going forward,
know.
systems we want to play. And in between, we may interject some systems that we've heard of or might be interested in talking about, but may not go in detail. And we'll kind of put a poll out saying, hey, this is a system that would we play it physically or online? And in chat, if you guys have systems that you're interested in, shout them out. We might just shout them out too and just say like, hey, let's pull up something, information on it, or hey, we'll add that to our list and we'll go into it and maybe we'll talk about it next month or something. So, all right. So that being said, we have a list on our little organizing thing. And it looks like the first one is core.
Yeah, for me it's weird because it's often systems I have played. And as I said, the group I play is likes the rules lighter systems. That's why we switched away from the Dark Eye 5th, for example. But I would really like to give it a try with people that don't mind crunchier systems if they have a benefit of that or they inform something. Because the Dark Eye also has an amazing setting. The Dark Eye is a German system that was made in the early 80s. When they couldn't get D&D localized to Germany, they went like, we're making our own TTRPG system, but it's incredibly German. Because it has a lot of rules and is very classic low fantasy with a little magic, but a mythical creature, so it's a weird, like, in-between thing. The Witcher would be a good example. Like, there's mythical beast, there's some magic, but if it's very powerful, regular people are regular people. It's very inspired by the actual Middle Ages. And it has an incredibly detailed setting. And yeah, as I said, it's a bit cumbersome to play on an actual table. But it would be fine on a VTT, and the actual publisher made a module for Foundry now that has everything automated and it looks really neat. And I would like to play that again. Just to show it off a bit, I have my Foundry loaded up for the Dark Eye. So if you could show that. Basically, let me pull it up real quick. There we are. I'm just on the world map now, which is a hex map, and I have some characters pulled up. It's a D20 system that has a lot of talents. So that's the thing I like about Shadowrun too, because nobody can do everything, so you'll have to diversify in the party, and everybody has their thing, and it's fun to have like, oh hey, we have this thing, we have to get XYZ on that. So it's a really fun way to play. But the thing is, a regular ability check is a 3d20 roll because it's based on 3 of your abilities. You have the base abilities pretty much like D&D, with the addition of courage as a mental attribute, which is very high in fighters and martials. So their mental fortitude is given weight here, which I like a lot. And you have dexterity split in dex and agility. And agility is meant for like manual tasks like pickpocket, legerdemain, things like that. And dex is more for balance and acrobatics. So if you want to do a climbing check, you have to use courage, agility, and strength, which makes sense, right? So it's a bit more modeled. That was the modeling I was talking about. But for the check, if I want the dwarf to make a climbing check, which he's not trained in, he rolls on courage, agility, and strength, and has to compare that to his ability value. So it's a pretty complicated roll, but it's easy on a VTT. And since the setting is awesome and the VTT is there, I really would like to play that. As I said, it's a crunchier system, but it's very... Since it has so many talents and combat is rather deadly, it leads into roleplay. So I would like to give that a shot again.
Awesome. Like you've mentioned it a couple times, and I have played the old CRPGs a little bit. I haven't beat them, but
Wait, the old CRPGs, there were a couple, like there were DOS ones even, which is insane.
I played it. I think it's called Drakensang or Drakensang.
Oh yeah, that was a recent one. That was 4th edition, I think. There was a 2nd edition one that was like the really old, where you had a like Microsoft Labyrinth screensaver like dungeon and 4 character pictures on the bottom. That age games. There was one that was called Star Trail, after a mythical weapon in the setting that you tried to find in that. It was really nice. Tangent Core, bad. But yeah, I would love to give this system a try with like roleplay heavy people that I can spirit away in the setting that I adore. So yeah, that's definitely on my would want to play again list in that case.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, so definitely a shout out to that one. And you think it's going to be the virtual tabletop is where like that's what's good. That's definitely going to help it.
Yeah, because it's roll wise, it's a bit cumbersome, and it's actual arithmetic. You have to do math. Like the talent roll is you have to roll under your talent value, and you have to sum up the differences between your rolls and your values, and if they are under a value, so you have to do actual arithmetic math. It's a lot. But yeah, I would like to give that a try at some point. But it also has a character maker tool now that's integrated in the Foundry, so it's actually really accessible now.
Nice.
Because it also has a free build system where you get like 800 points that you can allocate on things. So it's also in the Shadowrun category of character building, which is also made easier by tools. But on that topic, I think a lot of us use builder tools even if we play at a table, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
those
absolutely.
are just convenient.
And a lot of them are also just easy to get an overview of the synergies within your characters or your classes. Especially for Pathfinder, I do like having it all in one place.
I would dread looking up my feat selections in 3 books.
Or in Archives of Menace.
Yeah.
Amazing resource. No dissing it for that, but it's not. You can't build a character easily that way.
It's a great lookup system, but if you
Yeah.
want to go through character building, it's not super helpful.
Like on a Tuesday game, I always got an AON tab open just in case. Like, what
I
does
need
this
to look something
exactly
up.
do?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
You
But
do know you can hit Control Shift, Control Space Bar, and it does the same thing.
What, in Foundry?
Yep, I have
you
the
can
thing
search the
that
compendium with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
but you know that's a thing for another.
I'll try not to forget that by Tuesday.
I will forget
I
it
will
by
try
Tuesday.
reminding you.
Yeah, well, please remind me of my Metal Gate Junction while I read it.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. So
Wait. So we're adding a Metal Gate redeem for Tuesday?
yes,
Actually, please do.
Yeah, we'll do that.
we'll do that.
Do you want me to continue, or do we want to go around the table?
No, I'm going by the order that we have in our little organization ClickUp. So we got
Okay,
Dark Eye.
then we can go to the Shadowrun slides, I think, right?
Nope. 7C.
Oh, 7th C, you're on. Sorry.
Yeah. So if you want to put my screen on, I have just the character sheet up, and then I also have a video that I'll put on right after. So it's going to just be a blank character sheet just to kind of show. So 7C. 7C is, I will say it right off the bat, it's not a very popular system. I don't even think it's like, it's not bad, but it's not as good as there's definitely some flaws, but where it shines is in the storytelling. And if you have a group of friends that are willing to just like forgo the mechanics in the way of like not worrying about winning or losing and just telling a good story, this system is fantastic. So as you can tell, it's a very basic character sheet. Everything you need is here, minus the background or the advantages. So there are traits that are very similar, you know, brawn, finesse, resolve, wits, and panache. So it's again very like swashbucklery. And then there are skills like aim, athletics, brawl, whatever. And you get a certain amount of points into those when you make your character. Generally, most people start max out at around 3. And then as you level up and do things, you get more points. So like the most ideal, like if you make like a sniper, you might have 3 in finesse and 3 in aim when you first start off. So you're rolling 6 d10s. And then you have to make sets of 10 with those to like do things. So, and then the cool thing about it, and this is one thing I forgot earlier, is that if you do something different than what you say you're going to do, so say you want to do, like you want to snipe someone, I'm gonna cover on top of the roof. I'm shooting to provide covering fire with a rifle. But then the people are in cover and you want to do something else, it then costs an extra raise. So now you're like, okay, to improvise, you have to spend an extra raise and you have to negotiate with the DM and say, okay, I need 2 because instead of, if they're in cover, so I'm not going to shoot at the dude on the horse. I'm going to shoot at the barn, like some railing, and then I'm going to knock down the hay bales, which is going to fall into the thing that they're hiding in and knock them out or something, just you come up with something or something completely different. Like I'm going to run down and actually like do something else. So it's kind of, you kind of, everyone, I set the scene, everyone kind of decides what they're trying to do. You guys roll, and then it goes back and forth. You do something, I do something. You do something, I do, and we kind of negotiate until we run out of raises, and then we continue. Okay, this is where we are now. Let's roll again. Are you still doing the same thing, et cetera, et cetera? Now, as you can see, the more you get into skills, the more things happen. At rank 3, you can re-roll a single dice. At rank 4, you can make sets of 15 to get 2 raises. And then at rank 10 is when your rank 5 is when your 10s explode. So they don't explode unless you get to rank 5. And then there's also a death spiral, which is basically your health. So every time you take damage or whatever, it goes against that. And if you notice, unlike a lot of other games, the more you go down the death spiral, the more bonuses there are to yourself and also like villains. It's meant to make it, as you're getting beat up, it's more dramatic. It's more heroic. It's more, So like the first time you get to the star, you get a +1 die to all your risks. You get an extra dice that you roll. When you get to the second death spiral, villains get 2 bonus dice. Then when you get to 3, your 10s explode, which does stack with the one from 5. So you can have, when you roll a 10, you can get 2 extra dice. And it's at 4 is when you become helpless. is when you're basically knocked out or knocked out the fight or whatever. So again, it kind of facilitates storytelling above everything. So it is a fun system that is very good for the theater kid or the kid that wants to kind of like, the players that want to tell a story. And less about the mechanics, which is kind of cool. It's really easy to get into. The setting is really cool. It's again Renaissance-ish Europe, but every nation is flavored around the magic of each nation. So I think I've mentioned this before, but like for the equivalent of France, which is the Montagne, I forget they're called. Their magic is blood magic, and it creates portals so they can teleport around. But it damages them because they're cutting themselves in their hands, or they're spilling blood, or pricking their fingers. And it also is when the portal opens, there's no stealth when that happens, because the portal opens to basically like 40K, like you're going to like a realm of hell, and there's screaming and demons and everything that's just yelling through the portal. So it's kind of like you're not going to stealth around with that, but it's like it's really cool. Like, for example, you have a blunderbuss and the enemy's on the opposite side of the battlefield, but they've taken over your ship. This happened in my game. The Montagne player had the mast of the ship marked by his blood because he was his like teleport back to the ship. Instead, he basically opened up a portal, shoved his blunderbuss through it, and shot the villain in the back from close range, from like the other side of the docks.
It was beautiful.
And it was a really cool like scene. And then the villain was, and then he would close the portal, and then the villain was down. He had to retreat. Then they actually went after and chased his goons away and take the ship away, and then escaped on the ship with other ships chasing them, and it turned into like they were shooting cannons. It's like it creates like these really cool stories. But again, the mileage may vary. It's whether or not you're okay with improvisation and just creating stories on the fly, because this game again is very loose on the rules. A lot of the abilities are like a noble and you get a +1 to your roll when you can somehow explain how that noble has a connection to what you're doing right now in terms of a social thing. And it will not let you get the +1 unless you can tell the DM and convince him why the noble that would have some sort of influence here and help you out. So it's like those kind of feats instead of just like you have a +1 to your social rolls. So, and the guy on the screen now, that's John Wick. Yes, that's his name. He's the DM on this one. He's the one that actually made the system. He also made, I think, I forget the.
I remember I actually saw that one shot. It was on Geek and Sundry back in the day, wasn't it?
This one that you're seeing right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember they did a lot of series like we're doing now, but they had actual live play. I think they also did Vampire.
Right, they did a bunch.
Yeah, the person sitting to the half left, Jason Charles Miller, DM'd that one, if I recall correctly.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was a really cool one. They did a really really nice, and they were getting into it, and it's one of those systems that it's just a lot of fun if you can get players in the mindset, and it definitely benefits from in person, because like seeing my friends get up and be like, I'm gonna grab the chandelier like this, and then with the pistol on this hand like this, but to shoot this way, and then I'm gonna land on my feet and I'm gonna run, and then like acting it out. It was like really fun to just like see them kind of getting into it. That's like one of the few times I saw them get into like the role play, which was like really fun. So the system again promoted that, because again, that's what the system revolves around. So a lot of fun.
I'd really like to play that. I'm a very kinetic role player.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, it's very easy because again, it's just D10s and you make 10s.
So on that topic, there's a detriment to playing in person. Sitting next to the kinetic role player and getting hit.
It's just extra immersive if you're actually in combat.
I know, right?
I
I'm
mean,
also
yeah, you
pulling
just
your leg, but
you might take that extra point of damage. So that's
So explain how you got an extra point of damage. Well, DM,
attacking your DM is not okay. PSA.
no. I was clapping my hands.
Yeah, it's funny.
But yeah, that's my spiel on 7C. It is the first system that I learned how to DM, which is why my style of DMing has a lot of improvisation, and I'm really good at kind of like I feel like I'm really good at coming up with things on the fly. So this system really set me up and prepped me for that, and got me in that mindset of, fuck it, we ball. Yeah, that's a cool idea. We ball. Let's do it. So, all right. That being said, the next one is, Shadowrun.
Oh, hey, that's me, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Shadowrun is a system I am currently playing, but I just want to give it a shout out. And we're starting with the 80s Shadowrun image. Awesome. That's
Wow.
actual that was an actual promo. I'm not shitting you. And yeah, Shadowrun is a very cool system that we play for tolerating the rules. I think it's the only actually cyberpunk and fantasy setting I know. And that's the charm. You have elves and trolls and orcs in a dystopian cyberpunk future, and it's awesome. And yeah, it has very complex rules and long character builds, but it has the advantage that you can build basically whatever character you can come up with. And I built characters with a couple of people here that we wanted to play until I had to redo the Shadowrun Foundry every time it updates. So that kind of is on hold right now. I'm sorry. And we went so often and, hey, my character does this. And I was like, hey, there's a rule for that. Or hey, there's a feat for that. Or hey, there's a thing we can take. It's a really complex system, but it's an awesome setting. And we're playing. I'm playing 5th edition, which is the second most recent one, but the one that has the most books out, and I don't really think 6th edition did add a lot, so I'm gonna stay with 5th. And the funny thing is, for 5th edition, they got on board a German board game publisher that was like, hey, we have authors on retainer. Do you want us to write the Germany setting for Shadowrun, publish the books? And those books and runs, which means adventures, are great. So I'm usually playing those. And just to give an example, this is an officially published adventure for Shadowrun. It's called Hole in One, and it starts with a professional athlete getting shot, and he's a professional all-urban combat golfer, which is a sport in Shadowrun where you put a golf ball in a city and then you go, hey, the sewer grate on 5th, that's your hole, play it there.
What?
Yeah, and it's basically it's a flash mob kind of sport, and they get chased by the police because of course it's illegal. And they
God.
film it with drone cameras, and they have shootouts with the police, and that's the sport. And one
Is
of the
Is
Yeah,
the
and one
police
of the-
aware that if they allowed it, it would probably not happen anymore because the fun is gone?
I'm pretty sure they're in on it and paid off.
Fair enough, it is Shadowrun.
Yeah, and so that's actually an official adventure where you have to get involved in that sport and why he got shot and how that happened, and it's a really 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 fun and stupid system to play. And yeah, if I get the VTT running, I really want to play it again with you people.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, because we've talked about this on the break. It's very much about I'm not interested in the system. It's more like, what shenanigans will my friends do in the system? And yeah, I'm very interested in what all of you guys would do with it. But yeah, Shadowrun. Awesome system. Want to play again.
Awesome. Great shout out. They also have some really cool video games. I do the ones like Shadowrun Hong Kong.
Yeah,
Um,
it's
the second one is probably my favorite story wise.
Dragonfall.
Dragonfall. It's fantastic.
Did I tell the fun fact story about Dragonfall on the podcast?
Maybe, but go for it.
So when you see the Shadowrun Dragonfall picture, the second from the left character is Glory, and she's a beloved party member of the Shadowrun Dragonfall party. And how she came to be, the studio that developed the game at the time had a guy hand in Glory's backstory as his application. He wrote Glory, put her story together, sent it as a resume, and was like, hire me and she's yours. I think he's the creative director on Dragonfall. So yeah, building great characters is very important for storytelling, people. Yeah,
Awesome.
that's the Dragonfall fun fact. The lady with the very big cybernetic claws.
I wish I could just write up a backstory and submit it. Be like, hey, here's my resume. Please hire me.
I mean, if you have played the game, there's a lot going into Glory, so she's not a very simple character.
Oh, I didn't think it would be simple. I just love if
No,
I
he
just love to be
just
able to do
tried.
that.
I mean, it's a very cool company. They also did a MechWarrior game on Twitch where they had the mechs 3D printed and applied damage with a soldering iron and a drill during live game, which was awesome.
Wow.
That was when they developed the BattleTech strategy game. And they roleplayed their mech pilots and everything. It was really fun to watch. So yeah, at that studio, applying with a character might work.
All
But
right.
I'd have to brush up on like 10 years of Shadowrun. Well, probably more than 10 years of Shadowrun lore.
I think there's more.
Yeah.
And it's still being written. I think it's ongoing.
That being said, definitely would love to do a kind of like a breakdown. And I did make a character, so that might be something that, it's always like we want to do it. We'll find time. We'll figure it out. So I'm gonna make it a quick audible because the next one is Vampire the Masquerade, which is core again, but I'm gonna interject the one that's after, which is Savage World, which is mine, so that we break each other, like we give each other a break in between.
Yeah, sure.
So the next one is Savage Worlds, the system I really want to try. We did the poll for the Shadowrun, by the way, earlier. So we were talking about how in person the benefit. So that question of whether you want to do it in person or online, it seems like in person would be the go-to for you there on the core for Shadowrun.
If I could have you all at my house at my table, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on my way.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Rex, but the problem is you have to get through Düsseldorf.
No! I'll go the other way around. World is round.
Oh my gosh. That means
Then you can pick up rain.
You can scoop me up on the way. So that being said, moving to the next one is Savage Worlds. I actually just have a Savage Worlds map.
You just say Sandwich Worlds?
Savage.
It really sounded like Sandwich Worlds.
Sandwich Worlds sounds really good, actually, but no, it's Savage Worlds. So I have a Savage Worlds little scenario that I always go back to. Is just the characters. Savage Worlds is a system that I've been dying to play and or DM. I have not had the experience other than like one session playing with a friend. I'll get wrecked, Cedric. But anyway, playing with a friend. And it was fun. We were doing like a Borderlands version of it, so it was kind of like, it was like random guns and whatever, but we didn't get too far. We played one session. We never came back to it because that's when everybody wanted to jump on the 5e train. So but it is a system agnostic or setting agnostic. Sorry, system. There are splat books like books like Deadlands and whatever that are specific settings and add like rippers and whatever that add a bunch. But I absolutely adore Deadlands. Of course, Deadlands looks amazing. I want to play it. If Jordan was here, he'd be having a field day with the Savage Worlds. He'd be talking about rippers, which is kind of like Victorian England, where you fight like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde as like a ripper or like some sort of part of an organization. And you have like, there's all sorts of, you can just come up with whatever, because again, since it's a system agnostic, whatever you want to create, if you're take the time to work it in, you can do it. It is a game that benefits from being played with miniatures. So whether in person with miniatures or on a virtual tabletop with miniatures, because it uses like measurements. So instead of using like, hey, you have X feet of movement, your movement is the number. So like, for example, I made Adira and her pace is 6. So she could move 6, which is like 6 inches of movement. And then so it does benefit. It can do theater of the mind, but they do mention that it's best for it. I like it because again, it has a lot of complexity. Like I've downloaded the Pathfinder for Savage Worlds because I wanted to remake my monk. And it gives me all sorts of really cool things here. So you can make basically anything. You can play. There is a Shadowrun like style Savage Worlds in here as well. You can do Cyberpunk and whatnot. And it's a very pulp style of game. So it's very kind of like Flash Gordon, and like the old school, like He-Man. It's very like things happen very quickly and are very violent. I could punch this dude, and if I could roll maybe like 20 times his HP because I keep exploding my dice, and he just dies in one hit. And vice versa could happen. Not as much because obviously the players are a bit more versatile, and they're also known as wild cards, meaning they always roll a d6 with pretty much all their rolls. It is not a specific dice system. It is basically you start off up from a d4 up to, I believe, a d10. I think you might be able to roll a d12. So if you're, for example, Adira's strength is a d8, is it 8? So anytime she rolls a strength-based feat or task, she rolls a d8. The number that you need to beat is a 4. So this is very simplified. So, you beat a 4. And every 4 above, so like if I rolled an 8, for example, on my d8, it's called a raise. So it's kind of like a crit in, other systems, depending. That's how it is. So, for example, this bandit doesn't have HP. So he can basically only take one actual full-on hit. So it's kind of like, okay, so I roll the hit, I roll my fighting, I make an unarmed strike. Then there's like different rules and modifiers, and I roll. Okay, cool. So I roll the 6. So that means I hit him. Then you roll the damage. And then it goes against his toughness. And so the BTT is really cool because it automates it. So like, yeah. So for example, this right here, because I didn't beat his toughness, which by 4, because I would have to do 10 damage. He, instead of dying, gets shaken, which means he can't really do anything. And when it's his turn, he has to kind of roll to get out of shaken, which rolls a mental stat. I believe it's resolve. So it's kind of cool because it's like, you need to balance out all your stats. You can do really high magic. You can do fantasy. Foundry has kind of official support for like Savage, the fantasy setting, the horror setting. There's a setting that's basically just like horror and just have like all these weird Cthulhu monsters and crap. And then there's a superhero compendium too as well. I don't have that one on Foundry because I didn't see it, but yeah, you can have like a superhero style game. And it's really fun. And the fact that the exploding dice is really fun to see. Like, oh, you rolled, max on a die, and then you get to roll it again and add it. And it's an interesting balance thing too, because for example, normally like daggers do a D4 of damage. You're like, that's not a lot, but then that's a 25% chance of rolling a 4, which means a 25% chance of it exploding. So meaning a D4 can actually really like explode. So it's really cool. So yeah, and you can have quick draw duels and deadlands. The initiative is like cards, so it's not like you roll a dice. And every single turn on the initiative, when you begin combat, like for example, hey, it's Artsy and Alaya goes first because she rolled a red jack, and then every round they re-roll. So next round they re-roll. So you could be first the first round, or you could be last the next round. So it's always because you're drawing cards and putting. So it's really cool. And there are some things that happen when you roll cards. You can get like bennies, which are like kind of like inspiration dice. So yeah, that's a good thing. Casting magic is literally playing poker with the devil. So, but yeah. So that's kind of my spiel on it. I'm not a huge I don't know a lot about it because I haven't had physical like playtime with it. But everything about the system that I've seen, I love. I love the fact that I can play basically any kind of game that I want on it. And it's kind of balanced. It's easy to make monsters. It's easy to make creatures. It's easy to make weapons. And it's really quick. So combat's really quick to follow, and it's also really satisfying to like go into a group of 4 dudes, do a roundhouse kick, and like knock out 4 of them in one hit, like within the rules. Something that you can do, and it feels satisfying. But yeah, that's my spiel on it. I don't know if any of you guys here have played Savage Worlds or
Certainly
probably
no.
no friends.
The poll in chat is almost over. Just pointing out.
Was the FIST game that we played, was that using Savage Worlds?
Better
That was
online
powered
in
by
reality or more online in reality. Morkborg. I love Morkborg. I believe the answer is everyone died, and I think that's what's being voted for.
Yeah, I think we all died trying to answer.
Morkborg is honorable mention to Morkborg. What was the question, Megan? Sorry, Megan had a question first, though.
I was asking what the one we played on Monday was.
That was Fist.
Yeah,
Cue the laughs.
But didn't it use the rule set of? Maybe
No,
that was powered by the Apocalypse.
That was powered by the Apocalypse. Powered by the Apocalypse, it's a 2d6 system with the degrees of success.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Amazing. So Morkborg, better online or in reality? I died trying to answer. I'm screenshotting that because that is the most perfect. And I am sending that to RT so I have it somewhere so I can post it on our socials because that's funny.
Yes, I was about to suggest that.
But yeah. No, this one is a bit more in depth. It takes a lot more to create a character than that one. That one was really fun to create characters. This one, there's like you actually do have to like pick like, okay, I'm gonna get a D6 in agility and a D6 in this, and you assign points to go up. So every point you put in goes from untrained, which is like you roll a D4 and then you subtract 2 from your number, all the way up to a D12. So you go from untrained to a D4 to a D6 to a D8, D10, et cetera, et cetera. And then you get skills, and the skills are everything from like athletics to shooting, persuasion. You can even create your own skills if it fits, whatever the thing you need to. So, and the gear is pretty simple. It's usually like a stat plus an extra dice of damage. So like a bow, I have a composite bow that's strength plus D8, so it's like a D6 plus a D8 if I did damage with it. So it's a lot of fun. I've had fun playing the game on my own and just trying to mess with it. I can only imagine if I play with people and just DM and all that. So yeah, like that's crazy damage. So, but yeah, that's my spiel. Corey, you were saying something before I was answering the next question.
I actually lost my thought, but it wasn't super important.
I know the one time I played this with Solzy, this is her character here. It was me and her versus a Cyclops that I brought out here because this is like beginning when she started to do her ancient Greek. So I found a map that was like a Greek temple, Hydra temple, or whatever. We found it online. We fought a Cyclops, and first turn she did an aimed shot for the head, for like the blinded in the eye, and her attack exploded. So she had a raise. So she rolled damage with raise, and all her dice exploded. So she basically, the thing had like a toughness of like 18. So you had to do 18 damage just to even like wound it. And it was a wild card. So a wild card, like a player, has actual wounds they could take, which is 3 wounds. So you'd have to wound it 3 times. So if you had an 18 and rolled a 22, that's 1 wound, but it's still up. But if you did enough where it's like, I think she did like 30 some damage. That was well above times 4, like it was 18, so 22, 26 is 2 wounds, and 30 is 3 wounds. So she did like 32. So she essentially one-shot the boss with a crossbow shot to its eye. And that was awesome. And that was after I grabbed it and pinned it down because I used, I pinned it with a raise. So it was kind of like, it still felt like I was playing Adira, and then the sniper did sniper things. So I lifted its head, so I got hit with the bow, which is cool. So, yeah, that's my spiel on Shadow. Sorry, Savage Worlds. I was gonna say Shadowrun again.
I won't object. Also, I got my thought back. We were on Savage Worlds. I sadly don't play that because that's the game my table plays when I'm not around. Like when I'm occupied, they usually go to the Savage. They played a 2-shots Savage World Deadlands.
Oh my god, sounds cool.
It does.
This might actually be one of the ones that I would push for a one-shot at some point, even when taking a break from one of my main campaigns, because I do want to play it. So, but yeah, awesome. Shout out to Morkborg again for killing us in character creation. That's the thing that can happen. All right, back to you, Core. I think it's Vampire, the Masquerade.
Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade. And funny thing about that, I've played a 2-shot, I think, one shot, 1.5 shot. And a couple of people are in the chat, and one person that was there is directing for us currently. And we're pulling up the party immediately. Yeah,
Nice.
we played a Vampire the Masquerade 1-shot, which our good friend Luna DM'd. And it was just a very fun system to play with people that are into roleplay. Because Vampire the Masquerade is vampires exist in the current day or in the medieval ages. There's different systems, but the famous one is set in current day. And yeah, you play a vampire that's trying to survive the fact that they have to drink blood and are kind of a beast and have to struggle with that in their daily life. And have to deal with other supernatural things that want to kill each other. And it's a D10 pool system, so you roll a bunch of D10s, and that informs how good or bad you did a thing. And it's honestly, seeing 7th Sea, it's somewhere between 7th Sea and Shadowrun, because it uses a pool system, but the character sheet is more like the 7th Sea one, where you have a skill that goes up to 5 or 6. but for vampires, it is how many dice you roll for that check. And we made cool characters, and we did a lot of like inner party roleplay that was like felt like what was half the session, and it's also a slow burn, but I really appreciate that. It's a rather easy system. I think it's heavy on the DM load because you have to tell a good story, but yeah, it's a really, really, really fun system to play. Yeah, and we had a great party dynamic. Yeah, and Seth played the gentleman to the right, Artsy is the lady in the middle, and I was the old guy to the right. Oh, no, Seth played the gentleman to the left, sorry.
How dare.
Yeah, I listen, I only have one eye, it's different. It's difficult.
Fair.
It seems like the party that would enjoy playing that would enjoy playing 7C, but
Yeah. No, definitely. It reminded me of how we played vampires, because we did a lot of describing, and then at the end of that a pretty simple role, and then more describing how things went and more role playing. I do think the Masquerade has a very strong role playing focus.
yeah, I got that from basically everybody telling me so much details about their character, more so than in other systems, where it's like, yeah, I'm playing a rogue that's from this school. No, they're like, yeah, I'm playing a vampire that's from this family that has this and has a thing for this and has a tendency to do this and speaks in riddles. I'm like, what the shit?
I mean,
Okay.
depending on how old your vampire is, you have to write 300 years of backstory. Come on.
Yeah, this is true.
Yes, Ed, you saw the squad. And that's the fun thing. We had like off the session interactions where because Thad's character got something that's called a ghoul. That's when you feed a human your blood and they become your servant. And we had to introduce him to the fact that vampires are real. And then basically his character, my character, were breaking down the rules that exist in this world that is parallel to the actual world that you lived in your whole life. And yeah. Oh, he got the ghoul way later, but we did play that out. So yeah, it was purely roleplay driven because it was fun.
That sounds awesome.
It was.
I've played the video games. I love Vampire the Masquerade, the first game. Way ahead of its time in terms of just the gameplay, the ability to essentially play a psychotic, rambling madman. At the same time, people reacted to your backstory and what clan you were, which is really cool. And really, really good facial animations. Like the conversations were really, really like immersive because of how well the characters emoted. So that's a definite thing that was not.
Yeah, I mean, the part about how people go on, you can basically do everything in Baldur's Gate. Yeah, Vampire's Bloodlines did that in 2001. On a smaller scale, definitely, but they tried to make everything possible. And it was actually insane for the time. It was way ahead of its time, I totally agree.
Yeah. So, that being said, I'm going to move on to the next one that I have. I'm going to pull a quick audible again. I was going to talk about Fantasy Age, but I didn't really get time, or even, I don't even think I got the books.
No, I have the book on the actual publisher's website, but that's still down. I have been trying to get it, but it didn't work out, sorry.
No worries. That's something that we'll get into next time or whatever, if I get an opportunity. But I will get into one that we did like watch a video on and we're really interested in playing. And by we, I believe it was me, Solzy, and I think Mega was there too for that conversation, which is Panic at the Dojo. Yeah, so Panic at the Dojo this video sums it up. It's a fantastic video. If you ever get a chance to watch Panic at the Dojo by Sugar Punch, a fantastic video just because of the way he explains the system. And not specifically because it's this system, but because the way he breaks down and explains it. It's just the format. I think it's a fantastic way. I think we can learn a lot about how he explained the system to people. Too in the future, if we describe like, hey, I want to talk about Fate or I want to talk about something. But yeah, but Panic at the Dojo is kind of, again, system agnostic style. It merges RPG, obviously TTRPG, with like fighting game. It's literally a fighting game turned into a tabletop, and it can be done with a party. But yeah, it's like really cool because it's very skill based. It's about picking stances. So those are your fighting styles, and then using the moves and countering, and it's really cool. From what I saw in this video, it made me really want to play it because I'm like, man, I love, I love Street Fighter. I love Tekken. I love, all these fighting games. I love watching, FGC, the fighting game community. I love watching all the tournaments of games I'll never be that good at. So I really want to see what they do with it, in terms of like a tabletop game. And unfortunately, it's one of those. It's not super popular, and it's been out for a while, and then this video came out, and it got a resurgence in popularity. And this video came out like last year or something. So there's not a lot of support for it, like virtual tabletop wise, or character sheet wise, or even like character builder wise. There are like basically like the character builders for this game are like Google Doc, Excel spreadsheets with like drop downs. That's basically the support that it has, and it works. It functions, but it's kind of like, it's actually, you got to do a little bit of work and run around. There's no Foundry for it. There's no really tabletop anywhere. So a lot of it, this would probably be really fun to play in person. Right now, I'm trying to figure out the best way to play it online. But yeah, I'm super excited to try this at some point because, like I said, I do love fighting games, and I love this ebb and flow that this game has. And it's really cool too because, for example, if there's two enemies versus two players, they take turns. But if there's one enemy versus one player, that enemy also will, like, it will get more turns because it always goes player. You pick a player, then the enemy goes, then the next player goes, and if there's no other enemies, that enemy goes again. So it's like kind of interesting how it's done like that. So like bosses are tough because they have if you fight one dude and there's like three of you, it goes 3 times in a turn. So it's pretty cool. So I do want to play it. I need to learn more about the best way to present it, and if we thought a virtual tabletop, or hopefully they do make a virtual tabletop at some point. And it's fairly simple once you get the ability. It's kind of like with D6s, and the spacing is not. There's spacing, but it's not like super big on it. So, but that's kind of my spiel on that game. I figured since I've seen the video, I have a little bit more understanding. This also does like a pool system where you like roll a bunch of dice and then you assign them to things you want to do, type of thing. So, and your stance determines the pool the dice that you're rolling. So, which is kind of cool. So, I think that's it in terms of some of the systems that we have. We do have a shout out for Paranoia. I know very little about it, but Core, you've mentioned it, and it sounds super interesting. So if you want to do a quick shout out.
It's a weird system that is. It also is a dystopian future where humanity lives in a giant facility called Alpha Complex that is run by Friend Computer, which is an AI that runs everything, and that only has the best interest of humanity at heart, of course. Damn it. And basically, you play characters that get a mission assigned to by Friend Computer, and you try not to die. The thing is, you will die a lot. That's why you have clones. So basically, you have 4 wounds, and if those wounds are full, you die, and then basically a new clone of you pops out of a tube, and then you continue playing. Because dying is part of the system. It's like Helldivers in that regard, which is super funny, right? And it has a little bit of PvP because in Paranoia, you're supposed to report and eliminate every commie mutant traitor, and every player is a mutant and a traitor. But they still try to do their mission for Friend Computer and survive that thing. I'm a bit careful with it because it has PvP elements. Because yeah, if you see another person using a mutant power, you kind of have to report them, so you don't go on the chopping block with them, right? So it's a very chaotic system. But it's also very fun. The thing is, there have been multiple editions. One is like a deck building thing, another one is more like a classical RPG. And the funny thing is, the DM doesn't roll any dice. Everything is decided by player roll, which is fun. And I've seen a few like one-shots played and actual plays, and it looks really fun. And I have a group of people I'm confident with trying it out now, so... And I have an edition of it from a Humble Bundle, so I might look into that for a one-shot kind of thing too, because it doesn't lend itself to campaigns because you die a lot. Yeah, that's a shout out to Paranoia.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. It sounded fun with the fact that you had like, what was the joke that it has the highest kill rate of any TTRPG because it's over 1?
I mean, yeah, you have multiple lives, so you die multiple times per session. That's regular.
Yeah, so absolutely. So cool. And then, and like you said, that favors more of a kind of like a one-shot type of thing or kind of a shorter campaign.
Yeah, because it's pure chaos. I mean, they have things like they basically also have a super gadgety like research division, and they have an improbability grenade where you roll on a roll table what it does. And I think Geek and Sunday did a one-shot where the improbability grenade killed everybody and ended the one-shot or something. So it has super wacky gear. Like, think Inspector Gadget X Helldivers. It's insane.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. That is all the ones that we currently have. Mega Frax, did you guys have any like honorable mentions and things that, you know, we don't have to go too much in depth, but
I think I've mentioned it before. Machinations of the Space Princess.
okay.
It's like it's a pretty simple one. I think it has like the tiers of stats and or is it stats or skills? I forget. But the main draw of it, at least for me, was that you can kind of like make your own species to play as.
Okay.
Because you pick from a list of traits whenever you make your character, and those traits like define what your species is.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, I made a silicon-based life form that like takes over others. So I had it as like a slime type creature that like stretches its membrane over someone to like feed off their like brain impulses.
You know, the one cool benefit of systems like that too is a lot of times when they let you make like a setting or a race, especially within like the mechanics, you could use those in other like in other systems. Or you can use it as like inspiration to kind of like, oh, these are some traits or like a monster. Because I often find myself going to video games that do that or games that do that to kind of like, I need inspiration for a faction or for like a creature. So that's pretty cool. All right. So with that being said, to save on time, because I think we had a a section on some things to do on downtime and scheduling. I think we could probably just do that maybe next time, because I think that might actually be worth doing a deep dive into, because we could talk about like different non-TTRPG things you can do, different board games and other things. I think it might be a really interesting talk, but we'll see. Just to save time, because I think if we dive into it, we're going to be going pretty far. And we've been going for almost 4 hours, so 3.5. So I think it might be
Yeah, 4.5.
Yeah.
So
we're a little over time, but that's okay.
Normally we've been going till 4 my time. So yeah, we're under where we normally go, but yeah, this is good.
We had scheduled for 4 hours.
Yeah.
We did what we always do, which, oh well.
We just keep talking. So
yeah.
So that being said, we're definitely going to wrap up here and look to go and enjoy the rest of our days. And we're probably going to be raiding. I think we have, Artsy's in charge of who we're raiding today. She has an idea. So for everyone watching, thank you guys so much for supporting. The one thing I do want to do before we finish, I do want to announce the winner of the clipping contest for a copy of Enshrouded. So last month we did do a giveaway for the game Enshrouded that we're playing, which we should be playing hopefully tomorrow, depending on how things go. It is a survival game, etc., something really cool. You can watch our VOD on it if you want to see what it's all about. And we said if someone can clip anything from either any of our games or any of our streams, a funny moment, an epic moment, or something interesting, that we will look at it, vote, and see who would be the winner. We had an entry. It was on our website. And seeing as he took the time to do that, do want to kind of give a shout out, and that winner would be Afton. So Afton actually won himself the copy. So
And
I will be.
Congratulations with his debut, because he his VTuber model yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, that was about to segue right into that, because there's like,
look.
Yeah, it was like, we know what we're talking about. Why are you in my head, Frax?
Permanent residence. Also,
it's funny in there.
It's a lot of space.
I don't think that's the right link.
I'm in your walls, even those of your skull.
So big props to Afton for winning, and also congratulations for Afton actually debuting. So yeah, he debuted yesterday. It was a lot of fun just messing with him, and I think he was assigning people's characters to different roles on some. I forget the name of the game, but it's.
I think it was Arknights, wasn't it?
It was the Arknights, yeah. So, yeah, so definite fun stream. So good on him. Wish him the best. He's always been a huge supporter of the ATH, showing up on our streams and been in our communities. So we wish him nothing but the best. So as for everyone else, you guys are all nerds. We love you. Any last words before we transfer?
Yeah, we are rating a good friend of ours, Calliope, or as I'm allowed to call her, Calliope. She has her affiliate anniversary. Please go bully one of my favorite tieflings.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't bully me for once.
They'll still find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way.
God damn it.
So yeah, with that being said, thank you so much for joining, and have a wonderful rest of your week, month, and we'll see you in one of our streams coming up and next month on the podcast.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Oh.
Self-care is the most important thing. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good day. ETH, hello. Thank you for the raid as well. Happy Filling Anniversary. Thank you. If you don't know me, my name is Clyde.
Oh, she's a better model than last time I saw.
And today we are just playing some.
Oh, that makes sense.
But
Yeah.
That is a lot better, dude. It's a very nice model.
who gets